Hello, welcome to Murder Club. Spooky Tuesday. I'm your host, Robot Spacer, and we're here to solve a murder. Not murder anyone. Just solve it. Hello, hi. Nina Marie, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate you coming by very much. Let me see. There's so much chat here. Jess Jeveridge, welcome. Irrationally Rational, Efton, Nina, of course, Hinton, Britt Cayley, Necromancy, Silverstreak, Efton, Unsecret Crush, of course, in the other room, Culinary Disaster, 6-7. Who said anything about murder? I think we did. I did, at least. I welcomed everyone to Murder Club. Spooky Tuesday. Okay, I think I got everybody. Great to see you all. I hope you're having a good Tuesday. Solve/do club activities. Yes, exactly. Hinton said, speaking of murder, my robot vacuum just woke up unprompted. It was nice knowing you, Hinton. Rip to Hinton. So Murder Club. This is originally a PC 88 game from 1986, made by Rika Suzuki, who went on to co-found Sing and create the series Hotel Dusk and Trace Memory, or Another Code, which are a little bit better known over this way. Murder Club was very successful in Japan, but not super well known over here. So it's been fun to check it out. I'd let a diminutive robot obliterate my dust. I think I would too, yes. Appear to not have a single knife-related emote. That is very tragic. Do I have one? Nothing comes up for knife. So we're solving the murder of a Bill Robbins, a businessman who was found stabbed in the back outside of a college. Shoot, what's the college? It's not important, but it's on the tip of my tongue and it's bothering me. Arlington. And we had some pretty significant breakthroughs last week. I was thinking about this earlier. I feel like I don't want to try to sum up the entire game if anyone has managed to miss all my previous streams. Because I feel like if it's worth checking out the game for yourself or watching the previous stream. So if anybody wants to do that, I don't want to spoil everything. And there's also just so much to uncover. But I'll try to give you a decent idea of what's going on, kind of the big picture, and then I'll try to sum up what we uncovered last week. So basically, there's so much going on. We've had a lot of suspects. We've arrested, I think, as many as 7 people, although last week we backed up a little bit. There's this interesting mechanic where... Shoot, I just realized I forgot to say, of course, if anyone is not already following Nina Marie, y'all should get on that. Let's see, where's Nina in my list here? There she is. She is a fantastic game developer and streamer, and her game dev experience gives her a lot of interesting insight and commentary on the game she's playing, which is always really enjoyable. So definitely recommend her streams, and her games are wonderful as well. She's currently working on a department store horror game involving mannequins and all kinds of exciting things like that. I'm very much looking forward to it. We did not dig up the parking lot yet. So last week, I'm having a very hard time summarizing things, but let's jump ahead a little to last week. So the exciting thing we learned last week, there's this club called the Red Tie Club that existed 20 years ago. And we learned that four people were involved in this club. The organizers were Russell Thorpe, who owns the local Gaslight movie theater, Stephen Beckert, who is the local doctor, a man named Henry Klein, who we previously knew almost nothing about, and Edward Robbins, who is the father of the man that was killed, whose murder we're investigating. And allegedly, the Red Tie Club was just a group of people that got together and discussed like murder mystery novels and stuff like that. But it's been clear for a while that there was more to it than that. In particular, there are a number of deaths that have come up that happened 20 years ago, at the exact same time this club existed. It stopped existing, allegedly. And Henry Klein has been a big question mark. There's a woman, Martha Carrington, whose first husband was supposedly part of the Red Tie Club, and Henry Klein is the only person who we, hadn't identified in current times. So we assumed for a while that Martha's first husband was Henry Klein, but we didn't have any confirmation until finally last week she said that explicitly. And then one of the deaths that happened 20 years ago was a woman named Susie McNally. Her father, Robert McNally, died 20 years ago of cardiac arrest, allegedly, when she was 4, just after she moved to town. And separately, we learned from a guy named Glenn Axworthy, a wonderful normal name, that he was hired 20 years ago by Edward Robbins, who, again, the father of the deceased that we're investigating, and one of the members of the Red Tie Club 20 years ago. He hired Glenn Axworthy to take a body. It was made just vague enough that he was taking a body into Henry Klein's house and then set the house on fire. There was also 20 years ago some sort of embezzlement scandal with the local Liberty Bank. Didn't ever get a ton of details on that, but it was made clear that it was somehow connected to everything going on in the game. Last week, we finally learned that we had gotten some hints already that Susie's dad was buried in the local cemetery, which is one of the places we can visit. And we learned that he is buried right next to the grave of Henry Klein. And then eventually we dug up those graves, and there was only one body in them. There was a body in Henry Klein's grave, but Robert McNally's grave was empty. We also had the bones analyzed and found that this person had been shot in the leg. We still don't have a full explanation for what happened with that. It's an interesting bit of evidence. Yeah, we got a random bone we can show people. Exactly. We can arrest people and yell at them and show them a bone now, among other things. So we're pretty sure now that Henry Klein is not in fact dead. He's probably been alive all along, and most likely the body of Robert McNally, who a thing I didn't mention, he died just before the arson, the house burned down. So it seems extremely likely that the body of Robert McNally was put in the house, and we knew that it was burned beyond recognition, so it was just assumed that it was Henry Klein's body in the house. So now we have the question of, is Henry Klein still around? Is he in town? Is he perhaps someone we know? And another exciting thing is that after his death, basically all photos of him were destroyed. And nobody really remembers him, conveniently. There's not a lot of explanation there. Like, surely a bunch of people in town knew him and would at least have some idea what he looked like, but I don't know. We're just kind of given a vague, little bit of a hand-wavy explanation there. I'm not sure if we'll get more info about that or not. So another interesting thing is that Martha Carrington, who her first husband was Henry Klein, is now married to Joe Carrington, who kind of keeps to himself a lot. Doesn't go out a lot. He's been described, I think, by his own son as a recluse. And another important detail about Joe and Henry and Martha, they're the parents of Dave Carrington and Janet Carrington, now Janet Robbins, who was married to Bill Robbins. So I don't think we have much evidence to back this up at this point, but it certainly seems like there's a distinct possibility that Joe Carrington is actually Henry Klein, and that he basically came back to town and married his former wife again under a new name. Oh gosh, what else do we have to sum up? So Bill and Janet were only married for 6 months. Janet bought a life insurance policy worth $10 million, of course, with her as the beneficiary, just a month before Bill died, which is a little suspect. You spilled your Sprite. Oh no. Well, I'm sure the robot will take care of that, right? Culinary said, every time I tell the crime lab I have a bone that needs to be examined, they escort me out of the building. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sure if you ask them enough, they'll get on it. Do some shout outs periodically while I'm trying to summarize everything here. Culinary has been playing Cosmic Star Heroine, a very interesting game that I never had a chance to play myself. Hope you've been continuing to enjoy that. So Susie, there's so many names to keep track of. Janet has been a suspect for a while, especially she had a very reasonable motive, which is that Bill sucks. He was possibly cheating on her with multiple women, most notably Susie McNally, most recently anyway. Janet would be so mad to hear you call her Susie. I know. I'm sorry, Janet. Cosmic Star Heroine continues to be fantastic. Great. So we also strongly suspect. First of all, content warnings. This game does include some discussion of sexual assault and suicide as well. Just a heads up if anyone does not wish to sit through that. It doesn't come up super often, but just so you know. So there's a woman in town that plays piano at the local Hungry Fisherman restaurant. And she was assaulted sometime in the past. I can't remember how recently that was. But Bill, at one point, was telling Michael Carson, who was the husband of Bill's sister, that he knew who assaulted Sarah. And that's always been a little suspicious because Bill and Sarah were very friendly, talked a lot. So it didn't make a lot of sense that, if he was friends with her, that he would keep that information secret. And then we also learned that Sarah did not see her attacker. I'm trying to remember if there was any other reason to assume that he did it. I think mostly those two things combined with general indications that he's a huge dirtbag. Another thing he did related to his secretary, Shelley McDonald. He at one point moved to New York, married Shelley's sister, spent all her money, and then left her. And Shelley's sister took that very hard and shot herself. And Shelley decided to come to Liberty City and take revenge on Bill. But according to her, she gave up on that silly idea and never followed through with it. But again, more evidence that Bill sucks a lot. Everybody seems to think he sucks pretty much. There's maybe a couple people that don't, but that's mostly because they're like, I don't know, respect him as a businessman, I think. What else is there to sum up? We've started to learn a lot about what happened in the past 20 years ago and kind of piece together some of the mysteries there, but there's still so much we don't know about the current murder we're trying to investigate in the present. Like, there's multiple suspects. Like I said, at one point we arrested 7 people, although last week I restored to an earlier save, so I think we currently have a little bit less than that at the police station. But this is well, maybe last week I had a little bit of hope that we could solve the mystery, but I feel like it's a better possibility today, though my guess is we won't quite get there because there's still so much to figure out. This is just normal marriage stuff. Oh God, I hope not. I think we should just go ahead and get into it. There's a lot of stuff that we'll have to kind of go over as I start playing the game here. Unfortunately, this means no more music. That's the only song we get. I hope you enjoyed it while it lasted. Okay. Catherine White, how you doing? Let's load our game. Save 29. Let me just double check that's actually the correct one. Look at the actual files here. Okay, 29 it is. I goofed. Okay. And then we'll do a quick save just so we can go over our progress here. Every time we save, we get an opportunity to see our little score sheet here to see how we're doing. And then we get a little message from our partner, Judd, who is in the hospital after a heart attack. He was originally assigned to this case and insisted we take it over for him. So he's kind of giving us some guidance as we go. We'll keep the music going on in our hearts. Good, good, good. So we're doing pretty darn great. Collecting evidence is basically finding physical evidence, which we accomplish by getting a search warrant for a location, and then we can go to that place and go through each room and look around for clues and collect them. So we're doing great on that, but we still have more to find. 75 out of 100 points. I believe these are all 100 points total. General investigation, we hit the max last week, which is very exciting. General investigation points we get by going around, talking to people, and asking them questions. There's a variety of things we can ask. We can ask for just like basic personal details, like what's your name, your age, your blood type, all the normal conversation stuff. We have a list of people we can ask about. Just to get kind of a brief, what are your thoughts on this person? And then we have this interesting menu of topics that expands as we unravel things. And then in addition to new things popping up in that menu, also sometimes we can go back and ask about, say, a person we've asked about before, and we might get some new information. Interrogation points, we're at 28 out of 100. So that's like our biggest thing we need to focus on at this point. Interrogation we get by getting an arrest warrant for a person and bringing them into the station. And we can present them evidence. So ideally, we want to show them some evidence that is relevant to them, that they might, have something to say about, that might get a reaction out of them. And then we can ask them a series of 4 super generic questions about, like, we can insist that they did it, or ask how they did it, or why, etc. And then eventually we'll get kind of a new statement out of them if we're successful. Derek Ironbutt, hello. Are we clubbing the murderer yet? Not yet. We don't even know who it is at this point. But we're getting there. Vital information, 80 out of 100, which makes me feel pretty good. Like we're doing pretty decent there overall. But I feel like that last 20%, like it could go by surprisingly quick, or it could take a very long time. And then total investigation, I think, is just kind of a summary of all the rest. Like it's like a 100% completion kind of category. So 70 out of 100. And this is what, the 7th stream? Is that right? Yeah. So it took us 6 streams to get to 70%. So we'll see. Necromanty asks a very good question. Has the phrase murder club been uttered yet in the game? No. However, I mentioned the Red Tie Club. More recently, in present day, there is a Liberty Drinking Club. And when the Liberty Drinking Club was trying to think of a name, one of the names they considered was the Red Rum Club. But they decided against that because it maybe sounded a little too similar to the Red Tie Club, and they didn't want people to get confused. So that's as close as we've gotten to Murder Club coming up in the game. I don't know if anything will literally be called Murder Club. My guess is that the Red Tie Club is in fact the titular Murder Club, and we probably won't actually hear the title phrase in the game itself, but you never know. Red Rum spelled backward is Alucard. Oh my gosh, I didn't even realize that. Let me give Silver Streak a shout out. Silver is currently taking a little break after finishing up the Spyro the Dragon remake, but is putting together some exciting plans for October, which I can't wait to hear more about. I definitely recommend giving him a follow as well. Should have called it Secret Murder Club IMO. So that's our progress so far. Honestly, I'm really curious how much work it's going to be to get the rest of that interrogation. It's been quite a lot of work to get that far, even 28 out of 100. It's very hard to get arrest warrants for people. You have to have a pretty good amount of evidence. Generally, you need some physical evidence before you can arrest someone, I think. Though I believe we managed to arrest one person without having any physical evidence yet. And also you just need some, some other evidence. Some things you've heard or whatever. Okay, so Judd says, there's a lot of information here to sift through. I know it's difficult, but you can do it, JB. Thank you, Judd. I appreciate your encouragement. Oops, on the right window. Hi, JB. How's the investigation going? You're the one guy who can solve this case without all hell breaking loose, says Catherine with a smile. Catherine is always so encouraging. So, where to begin today? I didn't make myself any notes. So somebody asked about whether or not we dug up the parking lot yet. and I was trying to remember. Once again, I did not have the opportunity to review last week's stream, which every week I've wanted to do that just to refresh my memory so I can get going faster because there's so much information to keep track of. But once again, I failed to find the time to do that. Just been super, super busy with work and stuff. So I cannot remember what was mentioned. Oh, the house that burned down is the same location as the Robbins Trading Company parking lot. So that's very interesting. Also, there are a couple locations in the game where you have this menu option to go to a different place in that location. And there's been 3 of those that stand out, which previously none of them had any other place we could actually go to. One was the cemetery. And last week, we finally got to go to the graves in the cemetery. So now I strongly, strongly suspect we will also be able to go somewhere else at the church and the parking lot. Definitely the parking lot. So I don't really know how we get to that point, though. We have our suspicions about something being like buried under the parking lot. Like it feels a little too obvious that this parking lot was built over where that house was. Also, there was just recently some construction done. I kind of suspect that like that recent construction was maybe to like, I don't know, cover up some new evidence or something. I don't know. There's so many little bits to piece together. Another important thing is that recently a car was stolen from that parking lot, a white Ford, 86 Ford, which so is like the same year that this takes place. Brand new car. We eventually found out that a guy named Brian Ayler stole it because he's a writer that's not doing so well. Also from New York, which is maybe relevant in that, like, you know, Bill was in New York for a time when he was swindling Shelley's sister. We also had the Liberty Bank guy who may or may not have any connection with the embezzlement that happened 20 years ago, was recently in New York on business. But Brian was hired by Bill Robbins to steal this car, and we don't really understand why. Being from New York is just normal marriage stuff. Noted. It feels like this has to be connected to the case somehow. Yeah, there was something else on the tip of my tongue, but I already lost it. Okay, so let's start with the crime lab. Let's go over our evidence that we have so far. Earrings made of silver and look expensive. The initials SM are written on them. There are no bloodstains or fingerprints. So we're now certain those are Susie McNally's earrings that Bill gave to her. Well, actually, no. I initially assumed Bill gave them to her, but I don't know if that's the case. They're hers, and she left them at Bill's house because they were having an affair, and she would sometimes come over when Bill's wife was away. There's a contract. This is a life insurance policy issued by the HeartSafe Insurance Company. The policyholder was Bill Robbins, and the beneficiary is his wife, Janet, and entitles her to $10 million. Wouldn't I love a part of that, says our crime lab buddy. Wig. This is a blonde, long-haired wig. There's nothing special about it. No blood, no prints. This is a wig that Susie would wear to make herself look more like Shelley, Bill's secretary, when they were out together, just so it would look less suspicious. Look less like he's having an affair. We have a letter. This is written by Fred Robbins, Bill's brother, who also was interested in Susie. I think that was very one-sided. It's a letter addressed to SM, my love. It starts off, "What do you see in a man like him?" and goes on to say, "I'm the only one who really loves you, and I would kill for you." The letter was written by Fred Robbins. Interestingly, this "I would kill for you" directed at the woman his brother was having an affair with was not evidence enough to arrest him. But we did eventually manage to arrest him. I'm not sure if he's currently arrested in this save. We have a pistol. It's a .22 caliber Derringer pistol, the type of gun generally used for personal protection. Shots had been fired from it. The fingerprints found on it belonged to Shelley McDonald and Dave Carrington. So this is the gun that Shelley's sister used to shoot herself. It belongs to Shelley, and was found in Dave Carrington's bedroom closet. Dave Carrington is an interesting guy. Again, the brother, the twin specifically of Janet Carrington, or Janet Robbins, currently. He, the night of the murder, was hanging out with some friends, Alan and Molly. They dropped him off near Arlington College, which is where Shelley lives. She lived near the college, not at the college. And once we found this gun with both their prints on it, it seemed pretty clear that, you know, he was visiting her at her home for some reason. But we still don't really know why. My assumption is that the gun changed hands at this point, but we don't know. It's also interesting that it says plural shots had been fired from it. So we're not told explicitly, but my suspicion is that the gun has been fired more recently. At one point, I had this very wild theory that I still am kind of hanging on to a little bit, which a key aspect of this theory is that the local doctor and the coroner was one of the organizers of the Red Tie Club. I suspect that possibly Bill was shot with this gun, and not, in fact, killed by being stabbed in the back. If he was killed in some other way, certainly the coroner, if he was in on it, could have covered up the evidence of his actual cause of death. And then we found the doctor had taken home a scalpel and wrapped it up in some cloth and hid it in his study, which Susie, his sort of adopted daughter and also nurse, thought was odd. He's never done that before. Speaking of Susie, the reason, well, she ended up an orphan after her father was killed, we now know, 20 years ago. And then sometime after that, her mother died, at which point the doctor took her in. I strongly suspect that he did that out of guilt because of his involvement in the death of her father. But we don't fully understand that yet. Has there been any concrete evidence Bill was shot yet, or is that still theory territory? That is still a wild theory. But we have this scalpel that our crime lab buddy here told us could possibly have been a murder weapon. So that just kind of jumped out at me as being like, why are we being told that when it is completely different in size and shape from the knife that we were also told was the correct size and shape to be the murder weapon? So yeah, my thought is that, you know, he was shot or killed in some other way. The gun was hidden away to, you know, get rid of that evidence. And then this like fake stab wound was created. Also, I mentioned Dave Carrington, who he's the one that had the gun in his closet. He also recently authored a paper about how to commit the perfect crime. Also, after the murder, he was seen again in the vicinity of Arlington College, kind of keeping an eye on the body. And I think he specifically claimed he was like kind of gathering evidence for his paper at that point. So a lot of suspicious things related to Dave Carrington. I don't think that he did it, but I do think he may have been involved somehow. And perhaps his paper on how to commit the perfect crime was kind of used as a blueprint for how to get away with this. Oh, I missed 37 whole minutes ago. That was maybe while I was still getting ready, but Necromanty said hello. Hello, Necromanty. Thank you for the hello. Missed some of my wild theories, all poked full of holes. Yeah, we've had a lot of wild theories shot down. But it's been fun to come up with them and then also learn that they're horribly, horribly wrong. So let's continue going through our evidence here. Scarf. It's a silk scarf. We found traces of type AB blood on it. This scarf is a little bit interesting. We don't really know that much about it at this point. We found it in Shelley McDonald's house. Type AB is the blood type of Bill, along with a couple of other people in town. I don't know that it's ever been stated, but it's, I think, at least implied that this is kind of a memento of her sister's death. Like she was possibly wearing this at the time. But we don't really know anything other than just kind of vague assumptions. We are still in the previously on recap. Like yeah, there's a lot of recapping involved in every stream. Like, I mean, most of the game is recapping, honestly. Right now, we're just kind of going through our evidence we've gathered and talking about what we know about it. I think my favorite wild theory was the author guy stole Bill's identity to marry Shelley's sister one. That was a good one, yes. Necromanty says, they're still real to me, dang it. Good. So, knife. We found this in Bill and Janet's kitchen, hidden in a closet. It's a butcher knife with a narrow blade. It's about the same size as the murder weapon. We found traces of type AB blood on it, again. At this point, I have no idea what to make of this knife. This knife was actually stolen from the local store, Lyric's store, a few days before the murder. I strongly suspect that it is kind of planted evidence to distract from the real method of murder, but we don't know at this point. We have bones, our most recent acquisition. JB, where on earth did you get these? They're human bones. The man these bones belong to was shot through the right leg. I love the little hole in the bone here. It's great. Just to make it clear that that's where he was shot. I'm sure that's exactly how that would look. It is a short leg bone. I think there's like a set size for all these items and they're just trying to do their best. So again, we found this in one of the graves. Henry Klein and Robert McNally were buried right next to each other in the local cemetery. And we found this bone in Henry Klein's grave, although it is almost certainly the bone of Robert McNally. Whose grave, again, was empty. Newspaper clipping. This is a 20-year-old newspaper clipping. The headline reads, will the case of Liberty Bank's embezzled funds ever be solved? Yes, it will. I will solve it. Could there be a connection between that case and the Robbins case? I think so. Scalpel. It's possible that this scalpel was used in the murder of Bill Robbins. I would love our crime lab buddy to elaborate on that, but he will not. We could detect no fingerprints or bloodstains on the scalpel. Bank book. This is a Liberty Bank bank book with the name of a Mr. Brian Ayler. The account was practically empty until Mr. Ayler deposited a huge chunk of money this month. Again, that is the money that he was paid for stealing a car. I said that, yeah, I don't know that we've had 100% confirmation that Bill gave him the money and hired him to steal the car, but Brian did say, quote, "Bill Robbins made a fool out of me with that car thing." So I think that line is our main reason for assuming that Bill hired him to do it. He was also really upset with Bill, got in an argument with Bill on the night he was murdered. He was actually one of the last people that was seen with Bill. They got in an argument outside the Hungry Fisherman. And then Bill's whereabouts are unknown for about an hour and a half before the estimated time of death, which was at 1 a.m. And then we have list of members. This is a membership roster for the Red Tie Club. There are only 4 names listed: Russell Thorpe, Edward Robbins, Stephen Beckert, and Henry Klein. We already talked about that a little bit. Let's see who we have arrested currently. Okay, so we have Fred Robbins. Again, I guess we'll go through these and get their current deposition. That's useful catching ourselves up on where we're at here. So Fred says, "I didn't do anything. I'm innocent. I'm in love with Susie. That's all." So yeah, he's basically telling us the letter he wrote was not a real threat, I guess. We have Susie. "Yes, it's true that I was having an affair with Bill. And yes, I did go to Bill's house when Janet was away. Bill promised he would divorce her and marry me, but No, I didn't kill Bill because he wouldn't marry me. You don't know me. I couldn't do that. I really don't know anything else. Bill was bad." So she clearly knew at some point that he was not a good person. I'm very curious if she knew that while they were in a relationship, or if she found that out very recently. We have Shelley. "Bill Robbins met my sister in New York and married her for her money. He spent it all, every penny, and when my sister couldn't support him anymore, he walked out on her. As I said, when my sister's money ran out, Bill dumped her. Well, Bill was her whole life. When she realized he wasn't coming back, she shot herself in the head with that gun. I came to this town to avenge my sister's death, but I gave up on that silly idea." With her, it would be reasonable to assume that she's lying about giving up on the idea, but I feel like this is a lot to have admitted if she did end up going through it, and I don't think she would have revealed so much of those details if she had actually done it. I also feel like there's no reason to think she's connected to any of this other stuff we've uncovered, like the Red Tie Club and the embezzlement and the alleged death of Henry Klein and all of that. I don't think she's connected with any of that stuff at all. And it seems more and more like that whole situation is why Bill was murdered. Oh, there was... Right. An important thing that came up last week was that Glenn Axworthy went to see, again, he's the guy that was hired to dump a body in Henry Klein's house and then set it on fire. So recently, Glenn came to town and tried to get in touch with Edward Robbins to learn more about Henry Klein. It's unknown why he suddenly wanted to learn more about him. But he was actually, for whatever reason, taken to talk to Bill Robbins instead of Edward. And Bill was very interested to learn about Henry Klein. God, I just remembered another. There's so many things to keep track of. Bill is not the son of Edward Robbins, not the biological son of Edward Robbins. We'll come back to that. So he was very curious to learn about Henry Klein, who maybe that's his real dad. I don't know. And like they talked a little bit, and then I think the next day we were told that Bill actually went back to talk to Glenn and try to get more information about Henry Klein. So my assumption there is at least that Bill suspects Henry Klein could have been his real father. But again, we don't know a lot at this point. Silver says Robot Spacer's notes for this game are just memoirs at this point. Yeah, we don't have a corkboard. It probably would have been a good idea. Maybe for the next one. So yeah, Bill's real dad. Also, as we mentioned previously, Janet and Dave are twins, and their real dad, I don't think we've ever had this 100% confirmed, but presumably their real dad is Henry Klein, who may or may not also be Joe Carrington. And then another interesting thing, I can see where I can see the wheels turning in your head. And an interesting thing here is that Joe very much opposed the marriage of Janet, his stepdaughter, and Bill of unknown parentage. Possibly because they're both his kids. We don't really know that at this point, but it seems like a real possibility. Unseen Crush says, I think it was confirmed their mom straight up said her first husband's name was Henry Klein. Yeah, she said her first husband's name was Henry Klein. I don't think she's ever explicitly said that her kids are from her first husband. It's a reasonable assumption to make, but I don't know if we 100% know that. I want to be clear and not like make assumptions about things we're not 100% sure of. Especially, in this case, there's like a lot to piece together and it seems important. I'm sure it was strongly implied their father was her first husband at the beginning, at least. Yeah, it was strongly implied. Again, I don't know that it was ever made explicitly clear. Yeah, the kids know their father died. Yeah. I have no doubt that they believe that Henry Klein was their dad. Again, I'm pretty sure he was, in fact, their real dad. I'm just saying there's a little bit of possibility that he wasn't. That's all. Let's get Brian in here. Yes, I stole the car from the Robbins Trading Company's parking lot. I couldn't sell my books, and I was having a hard time. I'm truly sorry. It was a bad judgment call. I'll admit to stealing a car, but I sure as hell didn't kill anyone. It's true. You've got to believe me. At this point, I definitely believe this guy. I never really thought he was a suspect for the murder. He just kind of seems like a generally shitty guy and a bad writer who everyone hates. He's definitely involved in some amount of shady stuff, possibly in addition to the car theft, but I don't think he's a murderer. And multiple people have said the same. Glenn Axworthy. I went to see Edward Robbins. I wanted to ask him about Henry Klein. When I asked for Mr. Robbins, though, the secretary sent me into Bill Robbins' office. That's how I met Bill. Bill was really surprised to hear about Klein. The day after I met Bill, he came to visit me in my hotel room and asked me for every detail I knew about Klein. That's all. If he owned a restaurant, it'd be called Shady. But Glenn's another shady guy. Obviously he was involved in some crimes in the past. I don't think he's the murderer either. Um, I don't. I don't even suspect he had any involvement in the current events. I think he was just in town trying to learn some things. But he's definitely kind of suspicious. His job is that he travels. It's also his hobby. He's been in town for 3 weeks now, just staying at the local hotel. Weird guy, but so far we don't have a lot of evidence that he's connected to the current crimes going on. One thing I just realized is I don't know that we've shown any of our suspects our bone. I don't remember if we did that last week. Probably Glenn would be the most likely to have any comment on it. Maybe we did actually. Let's see what happens here. What can I tell you? I don't know. All right. I guess he doesn't recognize this bone. I was really hoping he would be like, "Oh, is that the bone of the guy I took to Glenn Axworth, or not Glenn, Henry Klein's house." Maybe he remembered seeing that this body had been shot in the leg or something, but no information out of him. I showed you my bone. Please answer. Is there anyone else who might comment on this? No, I don't think so. Well, obviously Susie's not going to be like, "Oh yeah, that's my dad's bone," but like it is her dad's bone, so let's see if she reacts to it at all. I just don't know. Okay. I think that's her generic response when she doesn't have a comment on the thing. Somebody has to have a reaction to the bone. I'm dying to know who it is. Yeah, I think it's probably someone we haven't arrested yet. Like probably whoever shot Robert McNally is going to be the one that's going to react to the bone. Which my assumption is that's going to end up being one of the members of the Red Tie Club. We haven't been able to arrest any of them. I think the game makes it intentionally much harder to arrest those people. They're also conveniently very rich and important people in town, so it honestly feels kind of realistic. Especially Edward Robbins. Can't believe there's someone you haven't arrested yet. There's 5 different people we haven't arrested, if you can believe that. Is there a dog you can interrogate and show the bone? Unfortunately, no. I'm also curious what it's going to take to get the Red Tie guys arrested. Yeah. My assumption there is that we haven't been able to arrest them because we've uncovered a lot of shady things in the past that, we have evidence to connect them to, but we don't have a lot of evidence to connect them to current events, which is, what we're actually investigating here. So I feel like once we're able to tie things together more definitively, we can at least arrest some of them. And I feel like we've got to be getting close to that. Thorpe was a Red Tie. Oh, yeah, we did arrest Thorpe. That's right. He was one of the organizers of the Red Tie Club. Oh, I wonder if we should arrest him again and show him the bone. Do you think he'd have any thoughts on my bone? It could be fun. I agree. I think that's probably a good place to start here. So things we can do include go back around and talk to people. Shit, did we already go around and ask people about the bone? Let's do this real quick. Russell Thorpe's house. He's still here. So when we arrest someone, they're no longer at the location where they normally are, which means when they're arrested, we actually have a lot of things that we can no longer question them about, which is kind of wild, but that's just how the game works. So we can ask for information. Okay, so we can't specifically ask about the bone. You can ask about the bank case or the arson. Nothing to say about the arson. Told you I didn't know about it. So you just don't let up. Yeah, I don't. I'm very persistent. Don't know anything about Bill's birthplace. It continues to vex me that this menu option says Bill's birthplace, because that appeared there when we learned that Bill had an unknown biological father, that he was not Edward's biological son. And the fact that it says Bill's birthplace makes me think that eventually someone will be able to tell us where Bill was born, and then we'll have to piece together all the information we have to figure out, okay, so based on where he was born, who could have been his actual parents. But we still haven't gotten anyone to give us any info on that. Was there something you wanted to do at the parking lot? Yes, but we don't really know how to do that yet. I think we need to learn more information before we can accomplish anything there. I'll pop over there real quick, but so here's the parking lot. Again, there was a white Ford, 86 Ford, brand new car stolen from here by Brian Ayler, and most likely for Bill Robbins. We also we're fairly certain that is the car that Bill's body was found in. The game didn't ever make that as explicitly clear as I would like, but I believe it was meant to be clear that that is the case, just based on some of the wording choices. So we can go inside here. This guy doesn't have too much interesting stuff to say. And then we have leave this place. And that's the menu option we choose to go to a different area of the same location. But currently it just says you're already there. I assume eventually we'll be able to go somewhere else here, but I think we need to learn more about what exactly it is we're looking for here. At this point, we just know that this parking lot was built on top of the location where Henry Klein's house was before it burned down. And I strongly suspect that the parking lot was built there to make sure any evidence was covered up. But until we learn more about, why that was done, what they were hiding exactly, who knows? Do not remember there being a parking lot Nazi in this game. Yeah, his uniform is a little weird, huh? But yeah, that's the guy. I swear this is a Nancy Drew. Let's go talk to Edward real quick. Liberty Bank case. I have nothing else to say. Please leave now. I've got work to do. Arson at Klein's house. You're beginning to bother me. Get out of here. He's especially bothered by those two topics, which to me just makes him look more suspicious. Okay. It's potentially worth going back and searching all the locations we have search warrants for at this point. But I think the most interesting thing to do is to arrest Robert Thorpe again. If it seems like a mistake that we arrested him so quickly, we can always back up. Russell Thorpe. God, I think I said Robert. Too many names to keep track of. Okay. You can go ahead and make an arrest. This is someone you should bring in for questioning. Turn to office. Let's go ahead and save real quick here. 30. We don't need to analyze. So I've been making a note for each save who we arrested. Throp. Close enough. Ched Scrandle. That's the guy. All right, let's interrogate Russell. The suspect sits down across from you. Let's get his current deposition. I'm the owner of the Gaslight Theater. I don't have anything to do with Bill's murder. Come on, leave me alone. Let me go. I got work I gotta do. So let's see. Should we go straight for the bone? Let's start with the list of members. Henry Klein is already dead. That's an interesting thing to say on being shown this list. It was already interesting before we learned that Henry Klein is probably not actually dead. But now it's really interesting. What else could we show him? Earrings, contract, wig, letter, pistol, scarf, knife. What do you want from me? I don't know what to tell you. Bones, newspaper clipping. The Red Tie Club didn't have anything to do with that. Did he just bring up the Red Tie Club out of nowhere, or did I mention it? That's what I want to know. Scalpel, bank book. What do you want from me? Don't know what to tell you. Let's show him the bone. Where did you get that? That's an interesting response. You recognize this bone? I know you did it. I don't know anything. Why did you do it? I told you I didn't do it. What did you do it with? There's nothing to talk about. How did you do it? What do you mean? I mean, how? Let's get your deposition. Are you saying the Red Tie Club had something to do with some kind of crime? That's a crock. The night Bill was killed, I took a walk near the graveyard. That's all I did. Yeah, what were you doing there? Please elaborate. You're not saying that I killed Bill? Don't make me laugh. Oh, right. An important aspect of interrogation is, so basically you show them some relevant evidence, you ask them the interrogation questions, and then you'll get a new deposition. After you get a new deposition, you can go back to the evidence and the interrogation questions, and at least in some cases, you'll generally get a new response that might give you a little more info. So let's show them the bones again. Same response there. Newspaper clipping, same response. List of members, same response. Oops. I missed. Did what? You did a murder. I don't appreciate being accused of murder. I didn't do with anything because I didn't kill him. What more can I say? I didn't do it. Okay, so we're not getting much else out of him. Unfortunately. But there's a possibility that this interrogation process has unlocked something new. It could have unlocked some new evidence we could find. It could have unlocked some new dialogue with people. So let's poke around town and see if we can get anywhere. Let's talk to Edward again. Okay, we're still not getting anything new here. Same responses about those things. Let's ask him about Russell Thorpe. They've been friends basically since they were kids. Thorpe and I have been friends since we were boys. Thank you for saying the thing I just said. And nothing else. Let's talk to the doctor. See if he has anything new to say. Oops. Liberty Bank case. What possible connection could there be between me and a 20-year-old embezzlement case? You're crazy. You're way off track. How long have they been boys for? That's a great question. There's nothing to talk about. Let's ask about Russell. That crazy old bachelor. He's one of my closest friends. Let's do another search of this place while we're here. Find nothing but People magazines. This is where we found the wig. So far, we haven't found anything else here. Nothing here. We specifically found the wig in this room, inside of a paper bag. I think I'm going to go ahead and search all the places we have search warrants for again. It seems worth doing at this point. And then if that gets us nowhere, I think we'll try arresting someone else. I don't think we've tried arresting like Edward since we learned new information about the past. Actually, Edward might be a decent bet because we already knew that Glenn Axworthy hired him to dispose of a body in Henry Klein's house. And now we have additional evidence that it was not Henry Klein's body. And I still don't think we really have much connecting this to present day events, aside from suspicion, but it seems like a possibility that maybe we could arrest him now. Let's see. I don't think we can search any of these locations. Oops. Nothing here. This is Bill Robbins' house. Next, we'll check Edward Robbins' house. Show warrant. So here we found, in Edward's room, we found the newspaper clipping previously. In Fred's room, we found the letter he wrote to Susie. There's some tarot cards here, but they're not clues. And I think that's all we found in this house. Carson's house. I think this is a place where we still have not found a single thing, which is interesting. Just some tacky dresses. Nothing of interest. Found nothing. No leads. Next we have Beckert's clinic we just did. Beckert's house. Stephen's room, we found the scalpel. Susie's room, I don't think we found anything. Brian Ayler's house is another place where we haven't... Or wait, did we find the bank book at Brian's house? Maybe we did. That makes sense. I can't think of where else we would have found that. I wouldn't be surprised if that's all there is to find there. Lyric store. Let's talk to Lyric real quick just for kicks. Let's see what he thinks about Russell Thorpe being arrested. I just know that he owns the Gaslight movie theater. Okay. Bank case. It's all anybody around here could talk about for weeks. The money was never found, and eventually people stopped talking. Just think, all that money out there somewhere. Pretty interesting. Arson. After the house burned down, it became a vacant lot, but recently it's been paved over and turned into a Robbins Trading Company parking lot. Recently. Was it not actually a parking lot at all until very recently? And if so, why? Like, it's been mentioned that there was some sort of construction there recently, but my assumption was that it was already a parking lot before that. I don't know if that's the case or not. There's often little bits like this that the game does not make super clear, and there's no way to, like, you know, ask an extremely normal follow-up question to clarify. I feel like that isn't necessarily new information, that the parking lot is new. Yeah, I don't know either. It's just my assumption of the situation has been that the parking lot was there for a while. Some construction was done recently, but not necessarily that the parking lot was new. But I think at this point, I am relatively convinced that that was just a bad assumption on my part, and that the parking lot is pretty new. I mean, this makes it pretty clear, like, right? Recently, it's been paved over. I think the only new thing learned about the parking lot lately was that the Klein house used to be there. Yeah, for sure. I mean, this statement is the most recent we learned about it. Okay. So that's everywhere there. Carrington's house. This is where we found... let's ask, just for kicks, what she has to say about Russell. Don't know him. Okay. What about Janet? He's a friend of my father-in-law's. Dave. Never met him. Okay. So... Oops. In Janet's room here, we found the life insurance policy. In Dave's room, we found the gun. And I think that's it. Excuse me. Russell Thorpe's house is where we found the list of members of the Red Tie Club. Shelley McDonald's house is where we found the scarf, which we still don't really know much about. That was in her room here. The church. This is another location where we have the leave this place option. So I feel like there's going to be something to uncover. Like, we still don't know why. Like, sorry, there was just a weird noise outside. Like a gong kind of a noise. Like, yeah, I heard it. I'm very perplexed by it. Russell Thorpe was in the vicinity of the cemetery and or church. We've also heard that Edward Robbins was in this area. And I think we also heard that the doctor was around here, but I'm not positive. But I think it's pretty definitive that the three of them, again, all Red Tie Club members, were together. According to them, they were at Russell's house, but that's definitely not the only place they were at. So I feel like maybe something was stashed, hidden away here at the church. Some important crime evidence, perhaps. But we don't really know yet. And we don't really know how we would learn about that in order to uncover it. Met Russell Thorpe, but nothing else to say. Doesn't know anything about the bank case or the arson. Cemetery. He surprised me, says the man wandering among the graves. He spends a lot of time here. This is a psychiatry teacher at Arlington, who also just seems to have a lot of interest in murder type cases, and seems to know a fair bit about this one. I don't think he's a suspect at all. I think he just finds this stuff interesting and, knows some stuff about it. Psychology, technically. Yes, thank you. There are no pictures of Henry Klein left. Nothing. And everybody around here seems to have forgotten about him. In my opinion, someone should have kept digging. He's the key to that case. I'm doing my best. We can ask him about the grave. This is pure speculation, but what if Henry Klein didn't really die? What if the corpse that was buried in his grave belongs to someone else? An interesting theory, my friend. Bank case. As a matter of fact, the man who was under suspicion for the crime is buried here. That man being Henry Klein. So we found out last week that he worked at the bank and was, I think the primary suspect for the embezzlement. But then he died, so they just kind of stopped investigating it at some point, I guess. He died. Bones. A grave with nothing in it. No skeleton, no tattered remains of clothing, nothing. Somehow, I have a hunch that Henry Klein is alive somewhere. Probably in this town. I don't think we got that statement before. Probably in this town. Like, we pretty much already knew that, but it's nice when the game backs up your theories. And also, I was right that we can ask some people about the bones, but he's the only one we've seen that come up for. I wonder if there's anyone else we could ask about bones. Makes sense to stop investigating an unsolved crime when your primary suspect burns to a crisp. Yeah. I'm just thinking about, like, I guess to them there was nothing super suspicious about the death of, well, Robert McNally, according to his daughter, died of like heart. No. Henry Klein allegedly died of heart disease, I think. Oh, no, wait. That's Joe Carrington said that about his first wife. Sorry, I just saw heart disease in my notes and trying to remember why I had written that down. Where's Susie's notes? Susie. Okay, so she said her father died of cardiac arrest when she was 4, just after they moved to town. So how old would the doctor have still been the main doctor and coroner 20 years ago? Is my question I'm wondering here. He's 58, so we would have been 38. So that seems possible. So, like, my best guess there is that, you know, if your coroner's in on things, then he can just falsify the cause of death. And unless things look suspicious, nobody's going to question it. Not Skeet Warpington. Good evening, Jabberwocky. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. McNally's death wasn't related to the bank case, though, was it? I mean, not that anybody knows, but I strongly suspect that he was, you know, we found these bones. In the owner of the bones was shot in the leg. And we also have, I think, pretty strong reason to believe that these are actually the bones of Robert McNally, not Henry Klein. So that means that Robert McNally was shot in the leg. Yeah, maybe that was just some weird thing that happened and wasn't even related to his death. But my assumption, especially given the timing of his death just before the arson, my assumption is that he was either killed because he like knew or saw something, or maybe he was purely killed so that they would have a body to toss into Henry Klein's house. And that was it. But I do think he was used as Henry Klein's body. Forgot we're assuming McNally was sacrificed so Klein could fake his death. Yeah. Was McNally in the murder club? No. McNally, he moved to town right before he died. I don't think he had a connection to anything before that. I don't think we've been given any reason to believe that. So we have an option to go to the graves here. You stare down at the graves of Henry Klein and Robert McNally. Search for clues. You don't find anything relevant to the case. Arlington College. I don't think there's anything to do here at this point. Oh, right. We can go to the crime scene here. The scene of the crime had been thoroughly cleaned. You see nothing that would indicate such an incredibly brutal murder had been committed here. And we can search for clues. You light up a cigarette and take a look around. You can't find any clues and aren't hit with any great inspiration. My assumption, and I hope I'm not wrong, is that eventually we'll learn something that will help us find a key piece of evidence here that was missed. But that's purely guessing. And then the parking lot we were just at a bit ago. Let's go around in order just so it's easier to keep track of and make sure there's no one else we can talk to about this bone we found. I'm even going to do Edward, who we just talked to. Let's see. I'm trying to think. Is there anything else we should ask these people while we're making the rounds? It might be worth going over stuff related to 20 years ago again. Specifically the arson and the embezzlement. And we can ask people about Russell Thorpe now that we've arrested him. I've had almost no contact with him. So this is Joe Carrington, who again, I strongly suspect is Henry Klein. But there's not a ton to back that up. Liberty Bank case. I don't have anything to say. Arson. I don't know anything. Red Tie Club. What? I haven't the faintest idea. Sure thing, buddy. I don't know anything about insurance. Oh, right. An important thing about him, and specifically insurance, is that the local shady insurance agent told us that Joe Carrington had recently purchased or at least been interested in fire insurance specifically. So the fact that he says, I don't know anything about insurance is a little suspicious. Let's ask him about some people again. Now that we suspect he's Henry Klein, some of his responses might be interesting. Bill Robbins. He was a selfish man. I hate to say this about my daughter's husband, but he had it coming. Oops. When was he born? I was born in Philadelphia, and I lived in Boston for a while. I moved here 5 years ago. 52 years old. Joe Carrington. Are you sure you're not Henry Klein? Blood type AB. Ah, right. So he's got the same blood type as Bill. My wife Martha, my daughter Janet, and my son Dave. Skills. I'm a certified real estate appraiser. Okay. Let's ask about Edward. Can't stand arrogant bastards like him. Fred, I don't know him very well. Janet, I was opposed to their marriage from the start. Janet was mesmerized by that sweet-talking son of a bitch and just wouldn't listen to reason. The thing I can't figure out is if this is Henry Klein, like our psychologist graveyard buddy told us he thinks Henry Klein might be in town. So like I'm inclined to take that as fact at this point. Like I already assumed that if Henry Klein is still alive, he's got to be one of these people we've talked to, right? I'd be shocked if that, wasn't the case. And I feel like Joe is easily our top suspect, if only because, like, he's a recluse. Like he seems like he goes out of his way to not be seen too much. He allegedly moved here, not that long ago. He married someone who, was maybe his former wife. Like it kind of seems like there's enough to suggest he left town for a while and figured it was safe to come back under his new identity by now. I forgot. I felt like I was working towards a point there, but I lost the original thing I was saying. Dave. Oh, right. The original thing I was saying was like, if all that is true, why? And he is Bill's dad. Why would he hate Bill so much? And also, who is Bill's real mom? I assume that just because nobody likes Bill. Yeah, sure. I think that's valid. Or maybe he's just like playing up his hatred of Bill because, he obviously can't, say they shouldn't get married because they're actually brother and sister. Like he can't just say that. So he has to, he has to have a reason they shouldn't get married. I don't know. How do you define club these days? That's a great question. A group of people you get together and murder other people with, I guess. He's at a difficult age. Still, I think we have a good relationship. He tells me everything. That's about Dave Carrington. Stephen. Fortunately, I'm a very healthy man. I haven't been to a doctor in years. Susie. Don't know her. Barbara. Barbara also has a significant hatred of Bill, and so does Fred. Fred at least has some amount of reason. It's interesting, like, Bill always seemed like he was kind of the favored son of Edward Robbins and kind of in line to, take over for the company. Despite not being his biological son. I don't know if that's like purely because, Bill was better at business stuff or if there's some unknown to us reason that Edward liked him more. But regardless, like Fred straight up told us that he always had an inferiority complex with Bill. So like he's got reason to hate him, or at least he's got reason to dislike him, be jealous of him, etc. But then Barbara is the housekeeper for the Robbins family. And after Edward's wife died, again, 20 years ago, She kind of became like the mother of the family. Let's see, I'm looking up. Bill Robbins' mother died 20 years ago due to complications arising from a long illness. I believe it was said at some point that she had cancer. Um, like, I really don't know if that death is also related to all of this stuff. Like, the timing is certainly suspicious. But I don't fully understand Barbara's hatred for Bill. Again, like he's a shitty guy, but it almost seemed like her dislike of her maybe goes back further than that. I don't know. Could be wrong. Why are there so many notes for this game? It's a very complex game, and it kind of requires you to take a huge amount of notes. For anyone that has not been here for previous streams, the manual includes these sheets, which started out blank, for all the characters in the game that you can go around and question. Has spots for things like name, sex, age, marital status, place of birth, hobbies, alibi, etc. And then there's an additional notes section. So I've been filling out as much information as I can, and I have needed to refer back to it frequently throughout the game. It's very much like an expected way for you to play the game, because the game itself doesn't like help you connect things together. You need to work that stuff out on your own. So yeah, Barbara, I don't fully understand her deal. Shelley, don't know anyone by that name. Sarah, I don't know her. Russell, I've never had any contact with him. Yeah, I guess that makes sense if he's pretending to not be Henry Klein. Excuse me. Brian Ayler, I don't know him. Glenn, don't know him. Never met him. All right. We asked him this stuff already, right? Yeah, I think so. Okay. Gaslight. I don't think we're really going to get anything here, but we'll double check. Molly is not a particularly important character as far as I can tell. Like, there's no reason to think she's involved in anything at all. She's just a friend of Dave, who does seem to have some amount of involvement. Can't ask him about Bones. Let's ask him about the bank case. I remember hearing about it years ago when I was in high school. And the arson, I don't remember. Let's see if Sarah has anything to say. No. Let's ask her about Bill again. Yeah, nothing new. Are there other players to confirm? I don't quite follow your question. Can you rephrase that? Like, are you asking if anyone else has played this to confirm that the game doesn't piece anything together for you, or are you asking something else? As far as I know, there hasn't been anyone in chat that has played this game before. Let's see. Liberty Bank. This has to get us somewhere at some point. This guy has had very little to say, but I feel like there's got to be something we can get out of him at some point. Red Tie Club. No, I don't know, but what, sir? Oh, this is new. Liberty Bank case. In fact, Henry Klein and I worked together at the time. He was a skinny, nondescript fellow with brown eyes. He had just transferred from Boston, and if I remember correctly, his family still lived there. Skinny, brown eyes. Joe, do you have brown eyes? Joe lived in Boston for a while. Moved to Liberty 5 years ago. Joe has to fucking be Henry Klein. I'll be shocked if he is not. And Martha said she didn't live in Liberty when the bank crime happened. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. Henry worked with him 20 years ago. Skinny, nondescript, with brown eyes. I started a sheet here for Henry Klein. Oh, right, the age was important. Henry Klein was 32 years old, and that's the exact age Joe Carrington was 20 years ago. And now we also know Henry Klein had brown eyes and was skinny and nondescript. If we can figure out that Joe Carrington, if we can find out Joe Carrington's eye color, that would be great. Please stop. Yeah, I mean, like, obviously, if this was a real, murder, we wouldn't be making these assumptions. But given it's a video game, I think we're pretty much expected to make some assumptions like this. I mean, I honestly don't think we would have ever gotten anywhere in the game without it. It's not really designed to be super realistic. There's lots of like scenarios where you'd be able to ask follow-up questions and things to better understand things, but we can't do that. So we just got to do what we can. Certainly we're not playing as a good cop here. We're arresting tons of people for very poor reasons, telling them they committed murder with very little evidence. Okay, so that was asking about the Liberty Bank case. Let's ask about the arson. Yes, his grave is probably in the Downs Hill Cemetery. Okay, we knew that already. Red Tie Club, we asked him about already. So let's ask if he knows. So he remembers. This is maybe the only guy we've talked to that actually admits to remembering Henry Klein, much less having an extremely vague description. Does he know Joe? He's Bill Robbins' father-in-law. You know, the land the new parking lot was built on used to belong to him? Apparently he sold it to Bill at a very reasonable price. Okay. Joe used to own lot where house burned down. Sold to Bill. Sold to Bill specifically at a reasonable price. Why to Bill? Why to Bill specifically and not the the Robbins Trading Company, excuse me? Why not Edward Robbins? I guess selling it to Bill would be less suspicious. Or if Bill's actually his son, maybe this was like kind of trying to help him out in a way. Jabberwocky says, I understand it's just unsettling for some. Sure, that's understandable. Apologies. What is he supposed to do with all the beers lying around in people's private fridges? I mean, he goes and drinks them. Yeah, Unsecret Crush said, also Detective keeps taking beers anytime when he searches a vacant house. Yes. Again, bad cop. Not a good cop. Now, why would Joe have come to own that piece of land? Exactly. Like this is very much like real evidence. So, okay. What else can we ask this guy about? He's been very helpful. Connor says, I think that means Henry and Edward killed Rand McNally, right? Robert McNally. I assume you said Rand jokingly. Glenn Agsworthy carried the body of McNally to Henry's house, thinking it was Henry, and burned it down. Yeah, like I'm absolutely convinced that the Red Tie Club killed McNally. But we don't have any real evidence of that yet. We know McNally was shot in the leg, which at least potentially, assuming that was part of how he died, but we don't know, but assuming it is, that conflicts with his supposed cause of death. And he also died right before that house was burned down. So like those two things, I think are pretty decent evidence that something was going on there. And that he was probably killed intentionally, either just to be the body or maybe for some other reason. And then he also, was conveniently used as the body. It's hard to say which of those two. Would love to know if you have enough to arrest Carrington yet, but I'm also worried about doing that too soon. Yeah. I feel like I would be surprised if the game let us. We have an increasing amount of evidence that he is in fact Henry Klein. I guess a question I have is, like, we have a decent bit of evidence that he could be Henry Klein, which means he's the suspect for a crime that happened 20 years ago. But does that mean we should be able to arrest him? Like, we don't really have much to connect him to the crime we're actually investigating. So, like, I don't know how the game feels about that, basically. It's kind of confusing. Like, you have to think about, like, does this make sense in real life? Does this make sense in the game's mechanics? Like, I feel like the game is trying to be a little bit realistic, but it's definitely not very realistic. Okay. Bet Bill figured out he was Klein and blackmailed him. Yeah. Could be. Like, I do think that there's a good chance Bill was killed because he figured stuff out. Let's see. Where was I? I was going through seeing who we could ask about the bones. Do we finish asking the bank guy about everything we want to? Let's maybe ask him again about all the Red Tie Club members. I've known Edward Robbins for a long time. He's a shrewd businessman. I doubt the Robbins Trading Company would be where it is today if it weren't for him. Just talked about Joe. Stephen Beckert is an excellent doctor. I've gone to him on a number of occasions. And then Russell. No, you must be joking. Not him. So that's his response to Russell being arrested. Okay. So Big Burger. Alan works here. Our buddy Alan, boyfriend of Molly. Again, the two of them are just friends of Dave and don't seem suspicious or important in any way. But let's see if we can ask anything interesting here. He's probably not going to know anything about anyone because he's just too young. You mean that dead guy? Yeah, I knew Janet, his old lady. Like, you should call out the SWAT team to catch the lowlife who killed him, man. That's right. They knew each other. Let's ask him about Janet again. Yeah, I know her. She's my friend Dave's sister. Heart Safe Insurance. This is the most recent guy we met, Mike Rockman. Of course, he is the one that sold insurance to Janet. Oh, yeah. An important thing about the insurance is that we were told Ed doesn't believe in insurance by Mike. And we were told by someone else that Bill Robbins had kind of similar feelings about insurance. So it seems like Janet maybe took out this policy entirely on her own. See, so we can ask about drinking club, life insurance, nothing super interesting. I guess he's a relatively young guy. He's 34. So, he would have been 14, 20 years ago. So he wouldn't have much to say about all that stuff in the past. Let's ask him about some people, though. Might get some new info. Joe. The guy at Home Real Estate? I know him. He took out a fire protection policy. Okay, so flat out. He took out a policy. And Joe, we ask him about life insurance is how the menu option labels it. But it seems like the game is suggesting that he doesn't have any interest in any insurance. Like maybe he's trying to hide that he took out a fire insurance policy. But it's hard to tell. Edward, the jerk wouldn't buy insurance from me. Said he doesn't believe in insurance. Read about in the papers like everybody else. We live in a terrible world. What am I supposed to do about it? Choosing the wrong option here. Stephen, Dr. Beckert bought insurance here. It was a life insurance policy, and the beneficiary was Susie McNally. Thorpe, don't know him. Glenn, don't know him. Okay. I think we're done here. Oh wait, we still have the hotel here. Don't think we're going to get much out of this guy, but we'll see. Yeah, he might have new info about the bank case of the arson. I vaguely remember an incident like that. Or not. No, I don't remember. Okay. Red Tie Club. I've got it. Now I remember. A long time ago, a group of mystery novel enthusiasts used to get together, sometimes at this hotel. I think Mr. Thorpe and Dr. Beckert were the organizers. The Red Tie Club. I'm pretty sure that was the name. This is information we got quite some time ago, but it seemed worth going over again. Mystery novel enthusiasts. Let's see. We can't go to the hotel room anymore since Glenn was arrested. There's no one at Bill Robbins' house. Red Tie Club. I remember hearing that years ago. Mr. Robbins was involved in some sort of club. I think that was the name. Liberty Bank case. That was before I came here. Okay. Wait, so I meant to follow up on the whole Boston thing. Shoot, we were told... Was it the bank guy that told us Henry Klein lived in Boston? He just transferred here from Boston. Okay. Okay, so we know Henry Klein moved to Liberty from Boston 20 years ago, approximately. So... Martha Carrington was born in Boston. Right. We already know that Henry Klein was confirmed her first husband. So they met in Boston. And then they moved. When were they married? They had to have been married when he moved here 20 years ago. Wait, she claims she's only been in Liberty for 5 years. Did she maybe stay in Boston when he moved here? I feel like they had to have already been married at that point. Yeah, because their kids, Dave and Janet, are 21. I mean, obviously you don't have to get married before you had kids, but like, it seems likely. So that's interesting. So, I mean, obviously, like, if any of our wild assumptions are right, like, she has to be at least somewhat aware of the situation, right? Like, if she was married to Henry Klein and then, Henry Klein came back as Joe Carrington and they got married yet again, like, obviously she knows who that is, right? So yeah, like maybe she stayed in Boston, and then moved here. Yeah. 5 years ago, like she said. Okay. So Janet was born in Boston, which makes sense with everything we know. I guess, like, this doesn't really tell us anything. It at least backs up what other people have told us. So we have no reason to doubt at this point that Henry Klein moved here from Boston 20 years ago. And that's where Janet and Dave were born. Janet said that she worked for her father before marriage. So I guess that would have been in real estate. Don't know if that's useful information. Who are Janet and Dave? They sound fake. Those are the children of Henry Klein. Janet Robbins, formerly Carrington, was the wife of Bill Robbins. They are, in fact, fictional characters, however. So, you are correct. Need to take notes to watch this stream. Probably that's best, yeah. Hopefully I'm explaining things enough that you don't actually need to. I'm just kind of flipping through, looking for other stuff that's worth thinking about right now. Oh, Stephen Beckert is also from Boston. Huh. Moved to Liberty 30 years ago. So it's possible he knew Henry Klein from Boston. But that's a very wild guess, of course. And it doesn't really mean anything. I was trying to find... Oh, Edward Robbins is right here. Edward was born here. What about Russell Thorpe? Joe Carrington says he was born in Philadelphia. But he does say he lived in Boston for a while and moved to Liberty 5 years ago. I think he's pretty vague about when he allegedly lived in Boston. As long as you don't mind asking my questions. Answering. Yeah, I might have a hard time asking your questions, but I will do my best to answer them. Unsecret Crush says, New Wild Theory time. The kids are also somehow in on this scheme to keep Henry Klein's secret. Yeah, I don't know. There's some kind of bug repeatedly throwing itself at the window by me. I'm sorry to hear that. All right. I think that's enough notes reviewing for now. So, blood types. I keep thinking about blood types. I don't know if we can learn anything with the information we have. Maybe Janet was also happy to help get her husband killed out of disgust. Yeah, I don't know. Like, Janet and Bill were only married for 6 months. It sounded like they weren't super happy together. Like, as far as we can tell, he was cheating on her most of the time. She claims that, she loves him or whatever. But I don't know. Like, given the whole life insurance policy situation, I guess I wonder if it's possible she didn't actually want to marry him. I don't know. Lemming Runs, hello. Thank you so much for bringing your friends by. I hope you had a great stream. I believe this is correct. You just got a new world record in the Quest for Glory series complete playthrough the other day, right? Oh, you're working on Mad Dog now. Exciting. I hope you had a great stream, and thank you so much for bringing everybody by. We did not solve the case. We're currently making wild speculations about various things, and doing our best to track down some new information. We did get some interesting stuff from this bank guy here, but Quest for Glory World Record last Friday. Onto something silly with Mad Dog. Nice. I've never played Mad Dog myself, but I do want to check it out sometime. I've watched a couple people play through the game, so I keep putting it off in hopes that I'll forget most of what I know about it. We'll see how that goes. Snowy P, hello. Good to see you. Welcome. It's up your alley. Yeah, for sure. If anyone's new here, hello, I'm Robot Spacer. We are playing Murder Club. It's a game originally for PC 88 in 86 and then released in North America for DOS in 89. It's an interesting game. We're trying to piece together the murder of a man named Bill Robbins. We've uncovered lots of interesting things connecting the murder to some embezzlement that happened 20 years ago at the Liberty Bank, which we're currently at. Yeah, there's no way I could possibly sum up much more than that. But welcome. I hope you will enjoy the ride. We started making a lot of progress on the stuff that happened 20 years ago last week. And right now we're just trying to start to piece that together with the present day stuff and also be more definitive about our assumptions. The bank embezzlement was the top suspect was a guy named Henry Klein, who was also involved in a red tie club, which was allegedly just some folks that talked about murder mystery novels. But we think maybe they did a little murder themselves, perhaps. And we now strongly suspect, I would say most of the evidence we have is just like really vague, like there's some stuff like appearance, but we also have some more notable things like we just learned that Henry Klein moved here from Boston, which I guess we could have pieced that together already, but we now know definitively that he came here from Boston, and Joe Carrington also used to live in Boston. There's lots of little bits like that that make us suspicious that Joe Carrington couldn't in fact be Henry Klein. Last week we found out that possibly someone else's body was put into Henry Klein's grave. As for how that relates to Bill Robbins' murder, no idea at all. But we'll get there. Okay. So right now we're going around questioning a bunch of people we've already talked to, hoping to learn some new information, which is the thing we have to do pretty often in this game. Let's see, I think we finished here, but let me make sure. Okay, yeah, she doesn't have anything to say about that. Let's ask her about some people again, just to make sure she doesn't have anything new to say. She's a big fan of Edward Robbins. Does she have anything to say about Russell? He's a friend of Mr. Robbins. No thoughts on him being arrested, apparently. Okay. Who's next? The Carson's house. Bill's birthplace. We still haven't got anywhere on that. I suppose nobody told you that Bill was adopted. My father knew Bill's real parents through business. When they died, he took Bill in. So, Kate's dad... Okay, Edward. She's referring to Edward. No. No. Her dad. Wait. Yes. Shit. Okay. Yeah. It took me a minute to remember things because she's Kate Carson. She's currently staying at the Carson's house, but she's married. She married Michael Carson, so her maiden name was Robbins. She is Bill's stepsister, we now know. So when she says her dad, she's referring to Edward Robbins. Okay. So Edward Robbins knows who Bill's real parents are. I wonder if anyone else knows that. Edward Robbins does not like talking to us very much at all, unfortunately. Why do I always forget Bill has a sister? Yeah, I mean, there's so much to keep track of, and it doesn't come up a ton. She doesn't seem like a super important character so far. She was at home the whole evening. Still can't believe anyone would murder Bill, although I knew there were some people who didn't like him. You mean a lot of people? Edward, he can be stubborn at times, but he's a good man and a good father. Unfortunately, he and Bill didn't get along well. They kept getting into arguments over business. Fred. I know that Fred got into an argument with Bill over Susie. Still, that doesn't mean he would kill him. Fair. Doug. He's not feeling well. He's upstairs resting. Judy. One thing you can say for her, she'll tell you exactly what's on her mind, whether you want to hear it or not. Joe. I haven't talked with Janet's father much. It's probably because the few times we've met, he had nothing to say, which doesn't make for great conversation. Joe he's been described as a recluse by his own stepson, possibly real son. He doesn't seem to be very talkative. Which kind of fits with, like, if he is in fact Henry Klein, like, that makes sense that he wouldn't he would be constantly worried about, slipping up, basically. Dave Carrington. I haven't seen him since Bill and Janet's wedding. Janet. Poor thing. It's been terrible for her. I wish there was something I could do to make her feel better. Stephen. Dr. Beckett is the Robbins family's doctor. Susie. Susie's father was a friend of Dr. Beckert's. When he died about 20 years ago, Dr. Beckert helped support Susie. Then when her mother died, he took her in. A lot of this is information we already knew, but, like, some of it seems worth reviewing again. Barbara's been with the family for as long as I can remember. She knows everything there is to know about the Robbins family. Shelley. Did she kill my brother? Probably not. Oops, already asked about Barbara. Russell. He and my dad have been friends since they were kids. He's one of the few people my father actually relaxes around. Glenn. Don't know him. Okay. Let's bring in Doug Carson. The person you called enters the room. Red Tie Club. What's that? Liberty Bank case. This is the first I've heard about that incident. So this guy, he was apparently not part of the Red Tie Club, but he seems like he's got some connection to the current events. He snuck out of the house on the night of the murder. Let's see what we have here. He went to meet something, but he won't tell us who. We only know he snuck out of the house because... Oh, that's kind of interesting. Joe Carrington saw him around town and in a hurry. The reason I said it's interesting is because, like, We maybe trust Joe Carrington less than we used to. But he also admitted to actually being out of the house, so I think that's pretty well confirmed at this point. This guy is president of the Lee Cosmetics Company, which seems to be having some financial difficulty. We've been told by others that he's maybe been getting into some shady things to try to get the company out of its financial issues, but we still don't know much beyond that. Yeah, so we don't know a ton. We have very little information about how he might be connected to anything. But the fact that he lied about being home all night the night of the murder is pretty suspicious. Arson. Don't know anything about it. Let's see. He's 58, so he would have been 38 20 years ago. He was born in Ohio, and I don't think he ever told us how long he's been in Liberty. Let's actually see if he says birthplace. He was born in Ohio. I've lived here for almost 15 years. Okay. Lived in Liberty for 15 years. So he was not around 20 years ago, obviously, when all this other stuff went down here. And he hasn't come up at all when we've been researching things in the past, so I don't have any reason to doubt him on that. Red Tie Club, what's that? Something else. I hate to say this, but Bill really flaunted his extramarital affairs. I wonder whether it had something to do with his death. And his alibi says, I did go out that night. I guess I forgot. I had promised to meet someone. Who was I supposed to meet? Well, I... When I've read this before, my assumption has been that he's like trying to hide who he was supposed to meet. Like he's trying to come up with an excuse. But reading it now, like, who was I supposed to meet? Like, I initially read that as like he's responding to being asked this question. But now that I'm reading this, it almost seems like maybe he's legitimately trying to remember. It could be read either way. This is Doug Carson, father of Michael Carson, who is married to Kate, Bill's sister. He's president of the Lee Cosmetics Company. Again, company's having difficulty. He's been allegedly doing some shady stuff to try to get the company out of financial trouble. No idea how any of that might relate to the stuff we're concerned with. It's entirely possible it doesn't at all. Let's ask about various people. What a waste. He was brilliant. Quite a businessman, he says about Bill. Edward. A remarkable man. He's contributed more to the business community than anyone in town. This could also be a case of directly translating into English the way someone speaking Japanese would try to answer evasively. Yeah, like it's super hard to like figure out what the game is trying to say with these like very brief bits of dialogue. Like, you know, I'm constantly wondering, how am I supposed to be reading this? Is it possible something was a little bit lost in translation? There's a lot to think about like that. And I feel like often like the wording, like, you know, we often, all we have is just like a sentence or two to like make an important connection. So like it feels really important to understand the nuance of the text, which I think is a lot of the reason for the game's difficulty. I think someone mentioned a few streams ago that when someone doesn't want to answer a question in Japanese, they might trail off like that. Yeah, like to me that's um I don't like maybe that's a particularly Japanese thing, but to me that seems normal in English. Ask about others. Janet. Don't know Janet well. Joe. Sorry, I've never talked to him. Stephen. People say that he's a very good doctor. Susie. You know, I almost forgot. I've seen her and Bill together downtown. Can't remember if we got that before, but that's a rare case of someone actually seeing them together. Because usually she was wearing the wig, the long-haired wig, so people either, just described her as a woman with long blonde hair, or, straight up assumed it was Shelley, Bill's secretary. Antika Crush says specifically the way someone would say, "Oh, that," in English. I feel like that makes us go, "We'll keep talking, but I guess in Japan it's clear. Please do not ask follow-up questions." Sure. Shelley. She used to be Bill's secretary. They were always together. Russell. He's the owner of the Gaslight movie theater. He's a very good businessman. Sarah. Don't know her. Glenn. Don't know him. Yeah. Okay, so not much from him. Judy. Judy, let's get her sheet here. She's been more helpful because I think she's lived in Liberty City for longer. She knew about the Red Tie Club. Okay, yeah, she was born here. Chairman of the board of the Lee Cosmetics Company. Her alibi is that she was under the weather and spent all evening in bed after a party the night prior. Just reviewing my notes for anything interesting here. Told us about Dr. Beckert taking in Susie. Told us about the Red Tie Club, formed by mystery novel fanatics when she was young. She's 52, so she would have been 32 then. Thanks for the follow. Great to have you here. Alibi, under the weather. Red Tie Club. Yes, I think it was a club formed by mystery novel fanatics years ago when I was young. Liberty Bank case. Now that you mention it, I do recall the incident. My father was enraged because he was doing business with Liberty Bank at the time. Her father. We haven't learned anything about her father. Just trying to figure out how to make a brief note about this. Father was enraged doing business with them. And then the arson. Great to be here. I sure am here from the Woof Lemming runs. Great. The Woofs, yes. Arson at Klein's house. I don't remember much about it. Okay. So that's all of that. Let's ask her about some people. Bill Robbins. It was incredible. Just awful. I still can't believe that someone so close to us could be stabbed to death. Edward. He has a reputation for ruthlessness. More than one company doing business with him has been forced into bankruptcy. We'll ask her about Doug. He hasn't been feeling well since the murder took place. He doesn't seem to be getting much sleep at night either. Right, I forgot about this. I'm really worried about him. So, like, to me, this suggests that either he saw something that upset him, or maybe he was involved and was having regrets or something, or worried about being caught. Just this in combination with, knowing that he lied about having been out of the house the night of the murder. The more we've progressed in the game, I feel like we don't have any reason to suspect Doug of very much. Yeah, I don't know, though. It's hard to say. But I definitely lean towards maybe he saw something than him actually having done something. But it's way, way too early to say. Whoops. Run a tight ship at the office. Great. I accidentally asked her about herself. Kate. On the surface, she's gentle and easygoing, but don't be fooled. She's one tough lady. Michael. He's such a good boy, always thinking about his mother. Take the night of the murder. I was sick in bed, and Michael never left my side. Joe. Don't know him well. Janet. I can remember Bill and Janet's wedding as if it were yesterday. Such a beautiful ceremony. And to think that now that sweet young bride's a widow. Dave. Don't know him well. Stephen. The doctor, he's one of a kind, always ready to lend a helping hand. He took in the daughter of a friend of his who died. I think Judy is also the one that told us that the doctor was nowhere to be found the night of the murder. Yeah. He wasn't in his office or at home. At this point, we're fairly convinced, based on other information we've gotten, that he was with Thorpe and Robbins, possibly at Thorpe's house at some point. But they definitely also went to the cemetery church area. And then I think at least one of them was also seen in the vicinity of Arlington. But it's still extremely unclear what they were up to exactly. Just had a very wild theory pop into my head for which there is almost no concrete evidence at this time. Great. I would love to hear more. Oops. Is entirely vibes based. Okay, great. Susie, she's the nurse at Dr. Beckert's clinic. She lives with Dr. Beckert. Shelley, don't know her. Sarah, don't know her. Russell, he and Edward have been friends since they were children. The theory is Bill faked his death just like his dad. That did cross my mind earlier. If this is connected to what happened 20 years ago, it's hard not to wonder if, maybe there's another fake death happening. But it doesn't seem to fit together. As far as we know, the body was, it was found, he was stabbed in the back, and recognizable. So unless the coroner / doctor lied about whose body it was and no one else confirmed that it was Bill, it just doesn't seem to add up. Like I said, vibes only. Yeah. No, we haven't seen his body. This is, one of many things that we just kind of have to trust the game on, I feel like. 10 million split multiple ways is still a lot of money. Yeah, I think there's still a distinct possibility that money is being split between multiple people that were in on the murder. Just for funsies, yeah. Let's see. I think we've asked her about everybody, so we're done here. So that's the Carson's house. Where's The Clinic is next. Red Tie Club, don't know anything. Sure thing, buddy. Him and Edward are not very talkative. There's nothing to talk about. Like, I feel like they deny things more than most. Bill's birthplace, don't know anything. Scalpel. Don't be idiotic. Of course, I have a number of different scalpels, and sometimes I take one home with me. Nothing in particular. Okay. Let's ask about Bill. I'd known him for years. He was like a son to me. Huh. Really? How would you say that? Tell us more. I'm thinking about this because, again, we don't know who Bill's biological father is. And I'm trying to think if there's any reason to think that it could actually be Stephen Beckert. I can't think of any good reason for that to be the case, but this just seems like a interesting statement to make. I mean, obviously he and Bill's father knew each other well. They were in the Red Tie Club together. Presumably he's been the family doctor for all of Bill's life. But I don't know, saying he was like a son to me, like, we haven't been given a lot of information to suggest that. Well, I guess they were in this Red Tie Club together, so obviously they spent a decent amount of time together. Stephen and Edward, that is. So he would have been around Bill quite a bit, I suppose. But still, it's an interesting statement to make. I think I remember Axworthy said Bill was very interested in hearing about Klein. I hadn't considered any other possible dad candidates. Yeah, like, Bill's interest in Henry Klein is, I think, my main reason for suspecting that could be his father. I can't remember if there was anything else. Yeah. Edward and I are old friends. He's a stubborn old geezer. If he gets an idea in his head to do something, he won't quit until he's done it. Fred. Fred the killer? I can't believe it. I wish we could review what he said about Fred before we arrested Fred. I'm looking through my notes to see if I might have written it down. I did not. So sometimes, you know, if a person's comment does not seem particularly interesting, I won't write it down. But like now, like having more context, it would kind of be interesting to know how he thought about Fred, especially now that he's saying that Bill was like a son to him. Let's ask about Doug. I don't care much for his sort of flatterers. I forgot about that statement, which is interesting. Joe. I've never really talked with him. Janet. I'm worried about her. She's in serious danger of suffering a nervous breakdown. He's Janet's twin brother, Dave. Susie. She's gone home for a little while. My house is right around the corner from here. These questions are getting tedious. Yeah, I mean, I know I've asked them multiple times, but sometimes we got to do these things. Barbara, when she has something to say, she says it. That may put off some people, but I like her. Shelley. That's Bill's secretary. She's an attractive young woman. Sarah. I don't know her. Russell. That crazy old bachelor. He's one of my closest friends. Brian. You know, I examined him once a few years ago. I remember that I thought there was something strange about him, although I couldn't put my finger on it. Just generally strange. Glenn, I don't know him. Okay. So we didn't get much there. Wait, did I do all these? Thank you, Maple Mystery, for the shout out. Y'all should follow Maple Mystery. She's great. Also working on a game I'm very excited about. The Crimson Diamond. All right, I think we're done here. Arson, there's nothing to talk about. Okay. Not a chatty guy. Stephen Beckert's house, there's no one home now, right? Yeah. And Brian Ayler's house is empty. Lyric's store. We already talked to him a fair bit, but let's review. Red Tie Club. Mystery Novel Fanatics. Yeah, we went over this stuff. So Klein's house burned down. Joe Carrington owned that house, sold it to Bill Robbins, and now there's a Robbins Trading Company parking lot there, which happened pretty recently. I'm just thinking about all that. Like, I feel like the fact that Joe owned that land is pretty decent real evidence that he is Henry Klein. Do we have any other? A lot, like, I feel like that combined with other, little details like, having lived in Boston, appearance being similar. Is that like possibly enough to arrest him? I would hope not in real life. I don't know. Maybe the ownership thing, like if we could ask more about the ownership, like how long did he own that property? Did he own it? Like that seems like a thing in real life we could investigate, how long he owned that property. Did someone else own it back when Henry Klein lived there? I guess you could argue, maybe Henry Klein was just renting it, but like that seems like something we could look into if this was a real life scenario. But in this game, I don't think we can. Although I did just remember, sometimes new things appear in the library. Maple Mystery, hello. We were just talking about you. I hope you had a wonderful stream. I do have my bucket shirt on. Happy Crimson Tuesday, everyone. Blah Holton, hello. Good to see you. Eden Waith, great to see you as well. Who did the murder, and was it someone from the CGG podcast? That name is familiar, but I'm not super familiar with that podcast, I don't think. Awesome shirt. Thank you very much, Eden Waith. Blah Holtzen, thank you so much for that gift sub to Jabberwocky. I appreciate that greatly. Thank you so much for the support. And thank you for that follow. Great to have you here. So we're playing Murder Club, a game released in '86 for PC 88 in Japan, and then released in North America for DOS in '89. That is, of course, the version we're playing here. Classic Gamers Guild podcast, where they say, don't do a murder. Got it. Excellent. Aravello, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. I keep struggling with how to summarize this game. There's a murder. Bill Robbins got murdered. We're trying to make sense of it. Welcome. I hope you will enjoy the experience. I'm not going to try to summarize it too much. But we frequently, repeated information that we know so far. So if you're interested in experiencing it, I'm sure you'll pick up on things, and feel free to ask questions if you have any. And as I said a bit ago, if anyone is not following Maple Mystery, strongly recommend it. Great streams and very exciting video game she's working on. She does pixel art at the beginning of her streams, and then she plays an EGA game afterward. Currently, Altered Destiny. Dead-ended myself in Altered Destiny. I'm sorry to hear that. But I hope you're enjoying it regardless. Summary: Bill is dead. Nobody liked him. Everybody is a suspect. Yeah, that's a pretty good summary. Also, some embezzlement happened 20 years ago, and arson, and that all seems connected. Also, we learned a guy that everyone thought was dead is not. Probably, we think. Seems to be out of water. We all killed Bill. Probably. Maybe. We are all in Murder Club, I think. So we were just talking about this guy that runs the local store here. So a body was taken to Henry Klein's house and then burned down. The house was burned down. And that body was assumed to be Henry Klein. However, there are two graves in a local cemetery, the grave of Henry Klein and the grave of Robert McNally, who died just before this arson took place. Robert McNally's grave is empty. The grave of Henry Klein contained some bones of a person who was shot in the leg. And we strongly suspect that those aren't Henry Klein's bones, but I wouldn't say we have anything definitive on that. And then also a guy that currently lives in town, Joe Carrington, for some reason owned the land where Henry Klein's house was, which is very interesting. Also, Joe Carrington is currently married to the woman Henry Klein used to be married to. Joe Carrington. Yes, that's correct. Goemon Sama, hello. Great to see you. Hope you're doing well. All right. Do we want to ask about anything else here? The knife. We don't know what to make of that knife. Let's ask him about Edward Robbins. He's a big man in this town. We went to high school together. He was top of his class, a real hard worker. Russell Thorpe. I just know he owns the Gaslight movie theater. Ooh, what does he have to say about Carrington? Don't think I've ever met him. That seems wild. Like, I don't know. It's almost been suggested this is like the only shop in town. Like, you would think he would know most of these people just because they've been here. But we do know Joe is a recluse, so maybe he just doesn't go to the store. All right, let's get out of here. We've been going around town questioning people, but I'm anxious to attempt another arrest. Joke hair in tin. But we're going to continue the process. Whoops, I accidentally hit return there. Liberty Bank case. Actually, my first husband worked for Liberty Bank. So that is referring to Henry Klein, who we eventually got her to confirm that she is referring to Henry Klein here. And he is also the prime suspect for the embezzled funds incident, which was never solved. It seems like they kind of gave up the case once their prime suspect was found dead. Arson. The name of my first husband was Henry Klein. Life insurance. I know nothing about life insurance. Red Tie Club. My first husband was a member of the Red Tie Club, which we already knew that. Let's ask about Bill. What can you say about a tragedy like that? Edward. He's a kind man. Even though he's suffering through his own loss, he's shown such concern for Janet's welfare. Again, this is Janet's mother. Janet being the wife of Bill Robbins, the deceased. After Bill was killed, Janet came home. She needs the support of her family now. I just wish there was more we could do for her. It breaks my heart to see her suffering this way. Silver says, B heard Robot Spacer talking and decided this means is watching the monitor from lap time. Wonderful. Welcome, B. It's great to see you. One of my biggest fans, I think. Who else should we ask about? Joe. He's working today. My husband operates the home real estate agency downtown. Dave. Lately, I've been worried about him. He's been keeping to himself a lot, locking himself in his room. I have no idea what's going on inside his head. Marriage. My first husband lived in this town briefly a long time ago. Nacho was watching for a bit, but went to take a nap. Understandable. I think we could all use a nap. One of my other top fans, Nacho, of course. Anyone else? Russell? Don't know him. Barbara? She's been very kind and taken Janet under her wing. Apparently, Janet's learned a lot about the Robbins family from her. Interesting. It's opposite of what Joe said about Dave, isn't it? I think Joe said Dave tells him everything. Yeah, he did. I already forgot what she said. But keeping to himself a lot, locking himself in his room. I don't know that necessarily conflicts. But possibly. Like, to me, what Joe said seemed like more of an overall thing, not necessarily about his recent behavior. Like he and Dave are in cahoots. Maybe. All right, let's bring in Janet. Life insurance. I'm tired now. Please come back another time. Bill's birthplace. I don't know anything. Marriage. All I wanted was for us to be together. I was so happy when we were together. Ask about others. Bill. I don't want to talk about Bill right now. I just can't handle it. Edward. Even his own son's murder wasn't enough to make my father-in-law shed a tear. All he cares about is his stupid company. Fred. You've got to be kidding. Fred? She's saying that because Fred is one of the people we've arrested. We don't really suspect him of the murder, though. Joe. My father was terribly upset when Bill and I decided to get married. He opposed it all the way. Dave. Dave and I are twins. We spent all our time together ever since we were babies. That's why he resented it when I decided to marry Bill. Does Dave possibly know things about Bill that she does not? Stephen. I've met him. I don't know. Susie. I don't know her. Look, I'm tired. I can't think straight. Can we do this some other time? She definitely knows who Susie is. Susie being the woman Bill was having an affair with before he was killed. Shelley. She used to be Bill's secretary. That's all I know. Sarah. I don't know her. Russell Thorpe. He's a friend of my father-in-law's. Brian Ayler. I don't know him. I can't help you. I really want to lie down. Glenn Axworthy. Don't know him. Okay. I think we're pretty much done here. Pulling a Mariah Carey. I don't know her. Let's talk to Dave next. Oh, Unsecret Crush said, like he and Dave are in cahoots about that perfect crime he wrote a paper about. Right. Yeah. That is interesting. Alibi. Oh, I kind of forgot. I left Alan and his girlfriend at about 10 o'clock. After that, I just took a walk and then headed back home. You know, normal stuff. Asked to be dropped off at the local college so you can take a walk. Life insurance. I don't know anything about any life insurance policy. Pistol. There's nothing worth talking about. About father. I barely remember what he looked like. Oh, there was a... Let's get Janet back here. We didn't ask her about that. About father. I only have a vague recollection of what he looked like. I saw a picture of him once. That's interesting. We were told by someone else that all the pictures of Henry Klein were destroyed. But she saw a picture of him once. I wonder if perhaps that picture still exists and is something we could find. Like, that would give us much more definitive evidence that Joe is Henry. Okay, let's get back to Dave. Bill. To be honest, I hated his guts. The guy was a dirtbag. Still, I wouldn't wish death on anyone. The Perfect Crime by Dave, fake ass name last name. Yep, that's Dave. Edward. I barely talked with the guy. Fred. Has he been arrested? Martha. My mom is really worried about Janet. She's afraid she'll never pull herself back together. Doug. Never talked to him. Joe. He's kind of a recluse. Not too good with most people, but he's been great to me and Janet. Janet, my sister is in lousy shape. She's cracking up, and I don't want to talk about her, okay? Dave, tell us about yourself. Yeah, what do you want to know? Stephen, don't know him. Susie, I've seen her with Bill at the Hungry Fisherman. Barbara, she didn't like Bill at all, not that I blame her. Fred has always been her little darling. I bet she's thrilled that he's going to be head of the company now. Shelley, she used to be Bill's secretary. She's a very reliable, bright woman and nice too. And working for a jerk like that. Sarah, she plays piano over the Hungry Fisherman, right? That's correct. Russell, never met him. Glenn Axworthy, don't know him. Brian Ayler, don't know him. Okay. I think we're done here then. We're almost done questioning everybody, I think. Let's see. That was Carrington's house. Thorpe, we just arrested, right? So that's empty now. We'll do a quick search here. Just for fun. Shelley is also arrested. We're running out of people we can question because we've arrested all the others. Yeah, we'll talk to Father Jacoby again. Red Tie Club. Sorry, it can't be of any help to you, but I don't know anything. Bank case. I don't know anything. Let's see. He Does it make sense that he doesn't know anything? I find this guy a little suspicious, but like I don't have a lot of reason for that. It's just like he seems to not know anything about stuff that I would expect him to have some idea of. And then also he thinks very highly of a lot of suspicious people. So I mean, nothing concrete. It's just it's given me vibes that he's not trustworthy. Why can't I find his sheet? There he is, Father Jacoby. Okay, so he was not born here. He was born in Kentucky. Let's see if we can figure out when he moved here. Born in Kentucky. So he's not telling us how long he's lived here. So it's possible he hasn't been here long enough to know anything about what happened in the past. Oh, right. He did tell us he heard a car coming from the graveyard at a late hour. I have considered take break. I don't want to take a break too soon after a raid, but I will be doing that in a little bit here. Fruit break. An interesting suggestion, unless you're just having a fruit break yourself. Let's see. Bill. Mr. Robbins' funeral was held here. I pray for his soul daily. Edward. God bless him. He's made donations to this church and many worthwhile charities. Fred. He is a very serious young man. You're having a fruit break. Great. I can do whatever I want. Thank you. I appreciate the permission. I usually have a granola bar break, but sometimes I change things up. Game Dev Jeff, good to see you. I'm on a fruit break. It's blueberry season in Australia. Nice. You've made me realize that our blueberry season is perhaps coming to an end soon, which is upsetting. Game Dev Jeff is working on a game along with Pixel Turkey, 2 games, in fact, that I'm very excited about. They're very protective of information about their games, which makes it even more exciting to me. But the first one expected is a text parser game, and that's hopefully coming out this year. That's the current plan as far as I know. And then the other one I think is further off. But I look forward to eventually hearing more about them. It is nearing try to plant clover yard again season. Oh, I thought you had already done that. Was it not successful, Silver? Or simply not enough coverage yet? Peak blueberry season is around June, July. Yeah. The backyard got torn up by moles last year. Oh, that sucks. I sometimes suspect that we have had moles, but I don't really have any good evidence for that. Just the ground in the backyard is weird sometimes in a way I don't understand. Hinton says, Amy was eating the pear that time, but we laughed together about how you don't like pears often. For the record, I'm a big fan of pears. I enjoy pears. I can understand why people wouldn't like them, but I think they're great. And now I wish I had some. Silver says, almost all lost as it hadn't finished growing roots. Oh, that sucks. Dang moles. Haven't seen significant mole damage. Yeah, I don't know. It's just a wild guess. Much like the ones I'm making in this game all the time. I feel like at some point there was something specific I learned that got me wondering that. But I think it was mostly based on weird lumpiness in the ground back there. Pears tickle my nose in a way I don't like. Even pear-flavored jelly bean ones. Tickle your nose? What is that? Like, what does that mean? Like, that almost makes me wonder if you have an allergy or something. Otherwise, it sounds like a lot of ants. Ooh, yeah, it's probably ants. We definitely have a lot of ants. Fucking ants. Is this a 100-hour game? That's a great question. This is the 7th stream. It probably won't take. I hope it won't take that long, but you never know. The rate I'm going. Hinton thinks allergy. Interesting. Do ants tickle your nose also? Had a pear tree growing up and I never liked to eat them. Hope not. I mean, if you don't like them, I feel like a pear allergy isn't that big of a deal. As long as no one secretly feeds you pears, I guess. That is maybe a mild concern. But I feel like pears aren't a common surprise ingredient in things. Oh yeah, me neither, Silver. That sounds very unpleasant. Okay. Father Jacoby. Let's ask him about Doug. He doesn't come to church very often, but what? I can't help but think, like, we know Russell Thorpe, and probably we know Russell Thorpe. I think we know for sure that Russell Thorpe was in the vicinity of the church and graveyard on the night of the murder. We also know that he was with, that night, both Stephen Beckert, the doctor, and Edward Robbins, big business guy. I don't think know for sure that they were together the entire time that night, but I suspect they were. And then we also know that Doug Carson snuck out of the house and went somewhere to meet with someone who he won't admit to. I, mainly based on this statement, suspect that he was here meeting with those other 3 guys. I feel like there might have been other, like, offhand comments we've come across that made me think they all met up. For a while, I thought Doug Carson was part of the Red Tie Club, but that is not the case. Or at least he was never in the membership book, and supposedly he wasn't even living here 15 years ago. Unsecret Crush says, the fact that an Asian pear doesn't do the same thing makes me wonder if it's really an allergy, though. Yeah, I mean, I guess my question would be, how much do Asian pears and regular pears, how much do those have in common? Are you arguing with your allergy? Doug, Judy, Michael, Joe. Sorry, I don't know him. Janet. Only 6 months after saying her wedding vows here, she was back in this church mourning her husband. It seems so unfair. Ah, well, the Lord works in mysterious ways. Dave. I've never had a one-on-one conversation with the young man. Stephen. I've met him on occasion. Susie. Her father is buried in the cemetery behind the church. She goes there often to put flowers on his grave, on his empty grave. Barbara, good soul, comes here quite often. Shelley. She was here about a week ago praying for Mr. Robbins' soul. I don't know that we've really thought much about this statement since we learned about what happened with Bill and Shelley's sister. Again, for anyone that's missed it, Bill moved to New York, married Shelley's sister, spent all her money, and then left her, and then she killed herself. And then Shelley moved here to Liberty City to originally planning to take revenge, became Bill's secretary. We're not sure if that was part of the revenge plan or not, but allegedly she gave up on this silly idea, in her words. And at this point, I believe she is telling the truth. But her praying for his soul, given everything that happened, I don't know. It doesn't quite add up to me. Maybe she like has forgiven him to some degree. I don't know. It's hard to know what to think. They're both members of the same genus. Okay. I'm certainly no allergy expert, but yeah, that does make me think it's maybe not an allergy, actually. Hinton says, I used to get bad allergies. An allergy test turned up nothing, so I just decided I don't have allergies. Good for you. I definitely have a lot of allergies. I haven't had any allergy testing done in years, but when I was a kid, I had a big old ragweed allergy, which is definitely still the case, and also a milk allergy to some degree. Although my body is not a fan of milk. Let's just leave it at that. In various ways, I try to avoid real dairy whenever possible, but cheese is very good and it doesn't have much lactose. So, yeah. According to a random website, true pear allergies are rare. Interesting. True pear allergies. Literally never had an allergy test that I know of. Tickling your nose is so weird, though. Like, huh. Is there anyone else we want to ask about? Shelley, Ken, Russell. I've met him. Do you have any thoughts on him being arrested? Sarah, don't know her. Brian, who? Glenn, I don't know him. Okay. Yeah, so not much information out of this guy. Cemetery. Oh, right. We got our buddy at the cemetery. We definitely want to talk to him again. Ellie is allergic to pears, but is it a true pear allergy, Culinary? That's the real question. Symptoms it describes also don't say anything about nose tickling. Okay. It's just like, I can't think of any other reason that would be other than some sort of allergy thing. Like, it's such an odd description of a way a pear makes you feel. It's like a mild tingle at the back of my nose. The back of your nose. That sounds like it could potentially be like a allergic reaction kind of thing. Causes major digestive problems oh geez, that sucks. But yeah, I don't like, I feel like some people have like a food intolerance, right? Like it just doesn't agree with their I think mainly digestive system is the thing that comes up there. But then there's like an allergy where it, will like, you would probably generally like break out in hives, that sort of thing. For the record, I have never had anything like that with milk, but I've definitely had other like reasons to suspect my body doesn't like it. But like that also, like I had an allergy test done and it said I had an allergy to it. So I don't know how to reconcile these pieces of information. Bodies are weird is my summing this all up. This conversation about allergies fills me with despair. Does that count? Yes. Blaholton says combination of allergies, perhaps, like when there's pollen out, my fruit allergies become noticeable. Yeah, that's kind of interesting. Like maybe pears typically have like traces of something else she has an allergy to or something like that. Intolerances tend to be more digestive, while allergies are more commonly affecting respiratory system. Right, right, right. Bodies are weird. I'm glad we can agree on this. Oh, Hinton says my body is normal. I'm very happy for you, Hinton. Um, you might be the only one, but that's great for you. Silver says, until I was struck by lightning, I always had a weird tingling in my lower gut whenever we went over a large bridge. Not like nerves, just like the kind of pins you get when a limb is asleep. Gone since struck. That is fascinating. Huh. Nancy Crush says, the thing I read also said cooking changes the proteins. Ah, right, right, right. So people with allergies can usually eat canned pears, no problem. Ah. Hinton always showing off. Yeah. All right. Can't remember if canned pears gave me the tingle. It's a good question. Maybe we should get some canned pears and you can do research. And then I can have some canned pears. Okay, so we want to go through everything here. He was in the psych department. This guy's not very suspicious. I mean, he is a little bit. He's maybe more interested in things than he should be, but that's fine. If only there were a membership list. Yes, we did find one. Liberty Bank case. As a matter of fact, the man who is under suspicion for the crime is buried here. We now know that's referring to Henry Klein. The assault has still not been solved. No. Arson. This is who told us there are no pictures left. There are no pictures of Henry Klein left. Nothing. And everybody around here seems to have forgotten about him. In my opinion, someone should have kept digging. He's the key to that case. Grave. This is pure speculation, but what if Henry Klein didn't really die? What if the corpse that was buried in his grave belongs to someone else? And then bones. Grave with nothing in it, no skeleton, no tattered remains of clothing, nothing. Somehow I have a hunch that Henry Klein is alive somewhere, probably in this town. Something else. As they say, there's more to this case than meets the eye. Hinton would also like some canned pears. If we get some, I'd be happy to share them with you, Hinton. His face looks like the Michael Myers mask. Yeah, I can kind of see that, huh? It's unfortunate for him. Okay, we did everything there. Bill. He was just murdered, right? I read about it in the paper. He knows so much about shit, and yet he's saying that, like, you know this. You've been thinking about it all day long. Edward, he's the president of the Robbins Trading Company, isn't he? He sure is. Fred, my gut feeling is that he could have committed the crime. That's interesting. So, like, a thing I was just thinking is, like, I feel like this guy's speculation about Henry Klein still being alive and the bodies being switched, like, I feel like his speculation is a lot of what convinced me that was, I'm pretty sure we had that theory, but then, like, him saying that was like, oh, yeah, we got this figured out. But just now, when I was reviewing his thoughts on those things, I was like, what if he is unreliable? What if he's just making shit up and, just theorizing his wildest theories out loud? And this statement here makes me think that is probably the case. That doesn't mean his wild theories aren't necessarily correct, but maybe we shouldn't trust them as much as I have been. I don't think Fred Robbins did it. He could just be saying that because Fred is in jail. Yeah, like this is definitely his response to Fred being arrested. But typically, if you ask someone about a person who's been arrested, they'll kind of give you their thoughts on that arrest. So him saying that, suggests that, he thinks there's a good chance Fred did it, which I ain't seeing it. Let's ask about Doug. Don't know him. I feel like this guy doesn't know that many people. Joe. Oh, that's Dave's father. Dave is one of my students. Yes. Janet. Yes, she's one of my students' twin sister. Dave. He's in one of my classes. He's a top-notch student. He just completed an impressive research paper entitled To Commit the Perfect Crime. Stephen Beckert. He says he just completed it. Like, my initial assumption when he said that was like, this happened maybe sometime in the past few weeks. But we were told by someone that Dave was hanging out in the area where the body was found doing research for his paper on committing the perfect crime. So when he says he just completed it, does he mean like, well, I guess it's maybe been a week. It's been, I think, more than a week since the murder. So yeah, I guess that does actually match up. But yeah, like very recently just completed is my understanding. And like he maybe actually used information from Is it possible he knows about what his dad did and is kind of writing about it? My thought for a long time about this To Commit the Perfect Crime paper was more that it was like, stuff he came up with based on, his interest in true crime stuff, not based primarily on, the stuff that happened in this town specifically. But now I'm wondering if the paper is more about what happened both 20 years ago and perhaps on up to today. 6-7 says, based on the pace of the investigation, I would imagine at this point the murder was a year ago. Ouch. Wish we could read that paper. Yeah. It seems like it would be very interesting. Stephen. That's the medical examiner who performed the autopsy, right? It sure is. Susie. Don't know her. Even though she comes here, the graveyard you're hanging out in all the time. Barbara Davis. Don't know her. Shelley. Who? Ken. He's the owner of the Hungry Fisherman. Yes. Sarah. I know who she is. She works over at the Hungry Fisherman. I go there for drinks sometimes. Russell. Sorry, never met him. Brian. I think he's a writer. I've come across him a couple of times over at the Hungry Fisherman. I don't think he could commit such a crime. Why? Because he's a wimp. That's why. Great reason. Glenn. I've never heard that name before. Okay. So I think we're done questioning him. Hearing Hungry Fisherman all the time makes me hungry. I'm sorry, Hinton. You should have some canned pears about it. Cemetery, college, and parking lot are the last two. These guys, I don't think have too much to say. Doesn't know about the Red Tie Club. Bank case. Yes, I remember. It caused a real stir. Oh, we can't ask him about the arson. That's interesting. Finding the body. I had a weird gut feeling, so I went to take a look inside. When I opened the car door, the body fell on me. Geez, was I surprised. The Frying Dutchman. You want to eat at the Hungry Fisherman or the Frying Dutchman? I'd like to eat at both, personally. Let's ask about Bill. That's the man whose corpse I discovered. I just opened the car door and he fell on me. I've never seen a dead man before. It gave me the shakes. Both for you as well. Makes sense. Edward, the victim's father. Big man around town. He came here to identify the body. Fred, don't know him. Oh, right. That confirms something we've been wondering about. So Edward identified the body. Which is actually very interesting. Because if Edward is a member of the Red Tie Club as well. So if the coroner and the man who identified the body are both in on the crime, maybe it's not Bill's body. But we haven't heard about anyone else turning up dead, right? Like, to me, this is a wild theory, but it's moving into slight possibility range now. So, like, I want to keep it in mind. Yeah, that's the main hole. But, like, maybe someone was killed and no one knows about it yet. I mean, this was pretty recent. Wait a fucking second. These fucking Red Tie Club people were at the cemetery the night of the murder, and then they went to Arlington. Did they dig up a body? Like, okay, so the guy we're talking to saw the body, so it can't have been someone that was dead for long, but it could have been some rando that died recently, right? And just like the body hadn't decomposed yet. That seems plausible. What state was the body in? I assume you mean like it was found in a car. We weren't ever given a description of it, but it was presumed to be, freshly murdered. But a lot of the information we have comes from the coroner, who we believe may have been in on it. And now we've just learned that another person who we suspect was the one that identified the body. So, like, we're trusting a lot of people here who aren't trustworthy. Obviously, the security guard we're talking to, like, we trust him, but he's also not telling us a lot about, like, what the body looked like or anything like that. And presumably he didn't, like, it sounded like he was, upset about finding a dead body reasonably. So he probably didn't, like, look at it closely or anything. We have a coroner's report where we suspect it might not be reliable. Yeah. Yeah, like, we weren't given any information about, like, state of decomposition or anything like that. I don't think it was burned. Like, if it was burned, I think that would have come up. There was a knife wound in the back. We know it was moved into the vehicle it was found in. Which, like, this whole time I've been thinking about, like, we knew it was moved from another vehicle into the vehicle it was found in. And I've been trying to figure out, like, we heard about a car near the graveyard. And then we were pretty sure that car came to Arlington at some point. So I've been trying to like fit all that together. But like, I think maybe once dug up a body at the graveyard crossed my mind, but then I was like, nah, it would have been decomposed. But like, if they dug up someone that died recently, that seems plausible. I wonder if is there any way, like if we could find out about like literally anyone, any man, I guess, who died recently. If only we could look at obituaries or something. We should go back to the library. I doubt there's anything new there, but we should go back there once I'm done here. Provide a motive for Bill's involvement in the car theft. Fuck, it does. That didn't make any sense. But if Bill wanted a car to put the body in, it makes so much sense. Shit. Okay. Fake his death, gets 10 million split between the conspirators. Right. Okay. This is moving up in the ranks to primary wild theory. But there's still like nothing to back it up. So we got to figure that out. Number one favorite wild theory. Exactly. Okay. What should we ask this guy about? Joe, don't know him. I don't think he knows much of anyone. Janet, don't know her. Dave, he's in Professor Latner's class, I think. Professor Latner is the graveyard guy. He was hanging around here after the murder took place. When I asked him what he was doing, he said he was researching a paper. So he must have finished his perfect crime paper after that. Stephen, he's the medical examiner who performed the autopsy. Susie, don't know her. Barbara, I don't think it's worth asking about any of these other people. Let's ask about these last three. Don't know him. Don't know him. Don't know him. Okay, so let's review some things. Alibi. I had the night shift. I was finishing my rounds at about 2 a.m. when I noticed the car. Automobile. Seems that Mr. Robbins was killed somewhere else, then dumped in that car. That's what the coroner was saying. The victim was a big man. I don't know if one person could handle that alone. That's what the coroner was saying. This maybe pokes a little bit of a hole in the theory. Like, why would the coroner say that? But maybe it's just, giving enough of the actual facts to, match up with things that are being uncovered. Like, I think that's believable. How much did Bill weigh? I was just thinking we should go over the whole coroner's report to see if anything here helps this theory. He weighed 173 pounds and he was 6'2", so pretty tall guy. Maybe Doug caught on to the scheme and wanted to use it as the topic for his paper. That's Dave you're thinking of there. But yeah, I don't fully understand what's going on with the crime paper. I don't know how much of that is based on just general true crime interest and how much of it is based on like this particular incident. Have people talked about someone not being around or being away for several days who you haven't met? That's a great question. Not that I can think of. Wouldn't call him a big man, more of a beanpole. Yeah, for sure. I assume, he's mainly basing this on height. Yeah. Okay, moving on. Something else. Right about the time I found Mr. Robbins, I heard a car screeching off. I couldn't get a good look at it, but I'd say it was blue. Um, God, did anyone ever mention they owned a blue car? Like, I feel like there's a pretty good bet that that car. Well, it's got to be the car that dropped off the body, right? And increasingly, I feel like there's good odds that it was that Thorpe, Edward Robbins, and or Stephen Beckert were in that vehicle. Maybe all of them. And it's also possible. Wait, Doug Carson was meeting up with possibly all three of them. Is it possible the dead body they used is somehow connected to Doug Carson? Like maybe he helped them find a body to use. Again, this is way off in wild theory territory, but all right, so let's go over the coroner's report. There's our guy, Bill Robbins, 34 years old, blood type AB, 6'2", 173 pounds, lives in Mission Drive, Liberty City. Cause of death, excessive hemorrhaging caused by repeated stabbing to the back. Place where body was discovered. The body was found. That was worth reading again because throughout my streams of this game, I've been just imagining it like a single stab in the back, which is clearly incorrect. I don't know that this has ever come up as a thing. Well, it's maybe relevant in that like repeated stabbing would be a much better way to cover up some different cause of death or anything else you're trying to hide than a single stab. You know, we were also told at some point that the wounds were shallow. And someone brought this up as reason that a woman did it because, you know, it was someone without a lot of strength. And we were like, well, that's sexist as hell. And I didn't really ever think too much more about that. But that maybe fits with the idea that the wounds were actually made with a scalpel rather than a knife. Because, you know, scalpel incisions would be shallow. I'm just trying to... That was the coroner. Yeah. You would think the coroner would have some access to bodies. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. I mean, I think it would be difficult to take a body that hadn't yet been buried and use it to pretend to be someone else because someone's going to notice that missing. But he would have knowledge of other people who died recently. So, you know, he might know whose body they could go dig up. Place where body was discovered. The body was found in front of the gates of Arlington College. Estimated time of death, May 8th at approximately 1 a.m. Reported by Peter Ledoux, who we've just been talking to, security guard at Arlington College. Notes about the discovery of the victim's body. The security guard noticed a suspicious-looking car in the parking lot. He decided to investigate further. It was then that he discovered the victim's body. You know, another thing, like, he just says he went over this car because he had a feeling. Like, that's always, like, that's the one thing about this guy that struck me as a little bit weird. Like, I mean... I never worried about it too much because like it feels kind of real. Like sometimes you just have a weird feeling and you go check a thing out and what do you know? Something weird was going on. Like I feel like that's a very real thing. But I do wonder a little bit if maybe this guy was paid a nice little sum of money to be all hush hush about why he went over investigated this car in the first place. Just a thought. Coroner Dr. Stephen Beckert, detective in charge of the investigation, Detective Judd Gregory. Derek Einbrett said, "Yo, my wife is a pianist and would freaking bury that blade in a body with her muscles." Yeah, like it's a stupid thing to say. Maybe a child stabbed him in the back. Who knows? Was there a lot of blood in the car where the body was found? Repeated stab wounds would cause severe blood loss, certainly more than a gunshot, especially one from a .22. We weren't given that information, and have no way to obtain it. That's kind of one of the things that frustrates me a little bit about this game. Like, that's a normal thing to, follow up on, but we can't do that. All we really know is like now if we go look at the car, like it's all pretty cleaned out of evidence. There's no mention of blood or anything like that. For all we know, like the time of death is 1 a.m. The body was found at 2 a.m. I guess I don't know, like, would a body that was repeatedly stabbed in the back at 1 a.m. still be bleeding a lot at 2 a.m.? I have no fucking idea. I would think so. Like, you got a lot of blood in you, right? So if you have that many wounds, I would think it would continue to make a mess for quite a while, but I don't know. But if the body was dug up at the cemetery, then you wouldn't have blood coming out of it. Investigative report on Bill Robbins. Bill Robbins, the deceased, was 34 years old. He was the acting CEO of the Robbins Trading Company, a family-owned business. He succeeded his father in the position of CEO 2 years ago at the age of 32. That's another important and interesting bit of information I kind of forgot. I was thinking he was in line to take over as CEO, not that he had already done it. I don't know what to make of that necessarily, but it seems at least somewhat important. Bill Robbins was married to the former Janet Carrington at the time of his death. He is survived by his father Edward, his younger brother Fred, and his sister Kate, married to Michael Carson of the Lee Cosmetics Company. Bill Robbins' mother died 20 years ago due to complications arising from a long illness. After graduating from a local university, Bill Robbins moved to New York City, where he lived for approximately 5 years. During that time, he married his first wife, Dorothy. I keep forgetting Dorothy's name. So Dorothy is the sister of Shelley. But she died soon after, and with his business venture failing, he returned home for good. Failing business venture is another interesting detail. Good night, Silver. Thank you for hanging out, and thank you for the encouragement. God, I need to take a break. As soon as I'm done reading this, I'm going to take a break. Culinary says, I assume this is... previous message. As a former guard, I would get a feeling about an unfamiliar car parked at strange hours where there's not supposed to be people there. In fact, I have, and most of the time it was people banging. That makes sense, doesn't it? Has it been an hour since we talked about taking a break? Time flies. Sleep well, Silver. Okay, during that time, married his first wife, Dorothy, died soon after. Then he went to work for his father's company where he was employed at the time of his death. Okay, so he's been at his father's company for less than 5 years, presumably about 5 years. We'll say 4 to 5 years probably. On the day of the murder, Bill Robbins went to work as usual and left the office at 8 p.m. At around 10 p.m., he went to the Hungry Fisherman, a pub he frequented. At this point, it's not exactly clear what Bill Robbins did between the time he left the company and the time he made the appearance at the Hungry Fisherman. Inside the pub, Bill Robbins spent his time, as was his custom, sipping a bourbon while he conversed with a piano player, a young woman named Sarah Shields. According to Ken Scott, the owner of the Hungry Fisherman, Robbins left the place at around 11:30 p.m. On his way out, he ran into another of the regulars, Brian Ayler, and a heated argument ensued. From the time he left the Hungry Fisherman to the time the body was discovered, Bill Robbins' whereabouts remains unknown. According to the family members who were asked to identify the victim's personal belongings, multiple family members were asked to identify the belongings, but not the body, necessarily. Nothing of importance was missing. Robbery does not seem to be the motive. At present, the investigation is concentrating on the theory that Robbins was killed for reasons related to work or some personal grudge someone may have held against him. Why is that stuff in the coroner's report? About his background? I don't know. Or about, yeah, like, I feel like some of this seems like more like police report stuff than the coroner's report. But I just chalk that up as video games. Don't worry about it too much. I think they're just kind of combining a couple of pieces of sources of information into one thing here. Yeah. All right. I'm taking a break now. I will be back in a little bit after I have stretched and had a snack. See you in a few. Hello, I'm back. I've had my customary half a granola bar. Got a Bundy. Ms. Roy. Oh! Shit. Okay, I meant to turn off DOS break, but we'll do it. My mistake. We're playing a DOS game, but we can take a break from that. First of all, Ms. Roy, thank you so much for your resub. This club isn't going to murder itself. Unfortunately not. Thank you very much for all your support. I appreciate it. And let me give you a shout out. Hope your streams have been going well. Oh, I missed. Ms. Roy plays a lot of interesting games that are intriguing to me, but I never have a chance to stop by. Sometimes I lurk a little. DOS on DOS action, yes. No, I know I don't have to, but I'm going to, just because it's funny. Also, hello, Amy. It's good to see you. Hope you're doing all right. Oh, we do need to save. Are we done talking to this guy? Done enough. We're just going to save over file 30. We really have not made any tangible progress. These numbers all look very similar. I think... Was vital information at 80 before? Imagine if you quit without saving. Yeah, I almost was just like Command Q straight out of DOSBox, but then I realized that was a terrible idea. Also, I need DOSBox because we're doing a DOS break. How do I actually... How do I quit the game? I've never had to do this. This is why I usually just hit Command Q. Do I maybe need to restart DOSBox? I don't know anything about DOS games, so I don't know if that's... Is it normal to simply turn off your computer when you're done? I know, like, I've seen some games have, like, an exit to DOS option in them. This is amazing content. Thank you for not answering my question and simply enjoying the content. I appreciate it. Like, there's no... I think I just got it. Not sarcasm. Okay, good. Back in the day, we just threw the computer away and purchased a new one. See, I'm used to a Macintosh. A Macintosh would generally... Well, there's some games where you would boot from... Like, early games you would boot from the system disk. And then... I'm trying to remember. It's been so long since I played early Mac games. But definitely sometimes you would just shut the computer off when you were done. But in that case, there's also no, like, there's no prompt to go back out to, right? If you wanted to do something else, you'd have to restart the computer anyway. So, very different system. DOS games were horrifically inconsistent with exiting. Alt-X, Alt-Q, Escape were the main three. Okay, I've hit Escape a lot. There we go. Oh, right, I did that once before. I remember now. For the record, I guess that was Alt-Q. On my keyboard, it's Control key, but it's probably mapped to Alt. Thank you for the cues. It's possible I only think shut the computer off when done playing is normal because I absolutely never wanted to do something else with the computer when I was done playing in the DOS days. I mean, that's fine. I'm going to give Emmy a shout out. I think she's still on a break from streaming, but y'all should play Donkey Island. Please play Donkey Island and also speedrun it. I assume there's still some speedrunners here. Speedrun Donkey Island. It's a good game and I need some competition. Let's go. Okay, so we're going to play. I was thinking about coming up with a little... animated intro for DOS Break, but I don't have one now. Maybe in the future. But welcome to DOS Break. This was originally, I came up with this because I liked playing The Lost Island of Alana on occasional random streams. And it was always a nice break from World Builder, where I'm not playing a game. I have to make a game, which is much harder, usually. Probably easier than this game. But, it was a nice way to break things up. So I wanted to have a way to break up my World Builder streams, which is why I meant to turn it off for this stream. But that's okay. We're going to do it anyways. So let's see. The game we're going to play. Okay, Frog 999 is cheat. This is 20th Century Frog. So this is a game, I hope I'm getting this right, made by some German high school students and was translated to English by Sonneveld. I'm going to post a link in chat here where you can download it for yourself if you like. Okay, introduction. I'm gonna take my time with this because I've watched MZizzy play this on streams, and I watched who was that? I watched someone else play it, and I finally started to learn about how the game actually works, and it became a lot more interesting as I started to understand it a little better. So I want to do my best to help y'all understand this weird game as well. Introduction. A frog jumps through different levels. Oh, right. It's 12:55. I will probably go for about a half hour is what I was thinking for DOS break. So if y'all aren't interested in 20th Century Frog, feel free to come back in half an hour and I'll probably be back to some Murder Club by then. But you should stay. Enjoy the 20. I know it's a very long. Yeah, Captain Clever. Thank you. It's a very long manual. If it starts to drag on, maybe we'll stop, but I'm going to start reading it. A frog jumps through different levels of the game and it has to eat all kinds of insects without being killed by one of its enemies. The levels are introduced by a motto that briefly characterizes the game situation that follows. Control of the frog. Almost all of the keys on the keyboard are needed to move the frog. For jumps, you press one of the 4 main rows of keys: letters, numbers, punctuation marks. Okay, so like all of this. The top row, digits, causes the highest jumps, and the bottom row above the space bar, only very low ones. You cannot move through the space bar. The further the left key is on the keyboard, the stronger the frog jumps to the left and correspondingly for the right. Every jump costs energy. Oh, that's stressful. And the higher the frog jumps, the more points are deducted. I think I knew that, actually. But it's stressful to think about now that I have to play it. If you don't press a key for a long time, the frog gets impatient, taps one foot a few times, and suddenly jumps away on its own. Oh, God. The height and width of the jump are random. If you want the frog to sit longer, you have to calm it down from time to time by pressing the space bar, which of course costs a few points. Points are deducted for each key press. Oh, gosh. The current score can be read at the top right. The 4 cursor keys are required for swimming. However, if you do very hectic swimming strokes, you will make poor progress. The frog does not get impatient in the water, but instead sinks deeper and deeper over time. In addition, he cannot remain underwater indefinitely. After a certain number of swimming strokes, he has to emerge once in order to breathe. You can tell when it's time for this to happen when the frog turns red. Then there are only a few strokes left to get to the surface. The cursor keys are also used for steering in space, of course. At the beginning of a game, the level of difficulty skill can be selected. The higher the skill, the more difficult it is to eat the insects and to survive against the frog's enemies, but the higher the reward score for each meal. Okay, interesting. I'm definitely going to start out at a low difficulty, but that is very interesting. The greatest skill is Gonzo the Great. The smallest is Bloody Beginner. That's me. The food. There are different animals in the plains that the frog can eat. To get to the next level, you have to catch all of the flies, bees, grasshoppers, and bats of the current level. How many of these animals are still there is shown in the top right. However, the frog can only eat in flight. He knows by himself when an animal is close enough to eat it. Okay, so I just got to jump near the things I want to eat. When the frog is sitting, you can reach a meal at the appropriate moment by pressing the space bar. Oh. Okay. While the flies do not pay any further attention to the frog, the grasshoppers in the grass are startled by it. The frog has to touch the beehive to lure the bees out. Oh god, this is so much to learn and keep track of. This makes the bees angry and threatens with their sting. Then they cannot be eaten but stab the frog. To calm them down again, the frog has to hide in the water for a moment or wait a little. The waiting time depends on the number of bees. The bat is a special animal. It has several lives, and for each life, a new body shell hangs on the upper edge. Only the bat body that is currently flying through the room can be eaten. Every now and then, a caterpillar appears on the top right or left. See below, reproduction. If it is light green like the frog, it is worth points. If it is dark green, it costs points if it is eaten. The same goes for the dragonflies that sometimes appear. If the frog eats a good dragonfly, it immediately goes one level further. A bad one throws it back one level. Ladybugs, which fly through the playing field in the upper half, butterflies and spiders, in whose web the frog can get caught, also serve as food. Live and die. The frog can perish in several ways during its run through the plains. I'm just catching up on chat here. How do you pump up the frog's Reeboks? That's a great question. We haven't learned that yet. There are people who aren't interested in 20th Century Frog. Hinton, I hope not. We'll continue the manual for another 5 minutes at most. The frog can perish in several ways during its run through the plains. There are a lot of enemies who hit him hard, and some items aren't exactly harmless either. In addition, the frog starves to death from a certain negative score. Shortly before, a butterfly appears as a warning, which the frog should catch as soon as possible in order to refill its stomach. In order to be able to play for some time, you can gain new lives in the game. The lives are displayed in the top right corner. It seems like everything is displayed up there. When the frog dies, you have to press a key to continue the game. If you still have enough life available, you experience a little ascension and can then continue playing on the next level. Excuse me? If the lives are used up, a list of the best players appears, in which you can enter yourself if you have the appropriate number of points. Yeah, I'm very curious about experiencing a little ascension. I think we'll read about reproduction and then we'll play the game, because like this is getting to the point where I'm learning too much and I'm unable to absorb this all. F-Tom, no, we did not beat Murder Club. MZZ has redeemed DOS Break, which I meant to disable while I was playing a DOS game, but since I didn't, I take the blame for my own actions, and we are in fact playing a different DOS game to take a break from our normal DOS game. We'll go back to Murder Club at about 1:30, which is slightly less than half an hour from now. To get more life, one must reproduce with a frog of the opposite sex. To attract this frog, you have to demonstrate your ability to live by eating 4 caterpillars. This is just like real life. The last of the caterpillars has to be good. If it isn't, a same-sex partner appears. Reproduction is then only possible with the use of a sex change hormone. Otherwise, the previously eaten caterpillars are lost, and the waiting time until reproduction begins again. When the partner is finally there, you jump on him. Only when jumping down did you then multiply. But if one is somehow prevented from reproducing completely by murder, changing to another level, etc., all the normal ways, everything was in vain, and one has to start all over with the caterpillar eating. Okay. Oh god. I was going to stop there, but landscapes. The beam is so massive that the frog will hit its skull on it if it jumps against it from below. In order to not touch the beam, you can only press buttons in the bottom row when the frog is sitting under the beam. Be careful when the roller rolls under the beam. I'm so confused about this beam. Okay, we're gonna play the game now. Escape. Bloody amateur, which I am. So again, this is 20th Century Frog, simulation of a moist habitat. Eat or die. Okay, so, oh god. So again, like you press, all right, I forgot about the numbers. You press anywhere on the 4 main rows of the keyboard. Do I want to eat this worm? Okay, yes. And then like if you use lower keys, you will do a smaller jump. If you use higher keys, you'll do a bigger jump. And then how far left or right you are on the keyboard determines like your direction. So if I want to jump straight up really high, oh, I want that ladybug. Shit. Yes. Okay. Only water has no... What? Oh God, what? Did I die? Is this what death is like? I don't understand what happened. I thought I was doing okay. Oh. Thank you for the egret, Efton. Oh, there's so many bugs. Oh, what? Things happen too quickly. Game over, I guess. I was just looking in the right upper right corner to check my like point level. I think, I was probably jumping too much and not getting enough food. Because as we learned in the manual, every jump you do consumes food, and I was doing a lot of big jumps. So I think I probably went too far in the negative. Okay, let's try this again. The beam? Okay. I thought maybe that said beam. Okay, I didn't hit a key to start, but I guess we started. Okay, so my points is the first thing. Oh, God. Yes. Okay, so I now have 2 gimmicks. From watching other people play the game, I've gathered that you get gimmicks from getting the ladybugs. Only water has no beams. What? That's a new gimmick ankle cuff? Missed gimmick canister. Oh, okay. It was telling me that I missed ankle cuff. Oh, I died. That's how I died the first time. I hit my head on the beam. Oh, I jumped too high. Okay, I got it. My brain wants to use a key that goes like if I want to get to the upper right corner of the screen, then I want to press a key that's in the upper right. But like that's not how it works. Oh, I hit my head again. I did better. It's a German game about frog sex. What do you expect? Oh. Only water has no beams. Okay, so I want to jump real small when I'm down here. Let's get over to the right. Okay. Points. I'm doing pretty good on points. This is so hard. Oh, I want that worm. Give me that worm. Give me that ladybug. So I have 3 gimmicks now. I don't know how to use my gimmicks. Oh, shit. Oh, I missed what that said. Okay, so I know I don't want to get caught in the web. That's bad. Come on. Get down here. Oh, there we go. Shit. Oh, I got the spider. I didn't know I was supposed to get the spider. There we go. What is the street for? Oh, God. No. Oh, God. The foot. Fuck. F3 for gimmicks? Okay, thank you. Oh yeah, I mean, I knew I wouldn't be as good as literally anyone else at playing this game. Oh shit. Oh, missed it. Missed gimmick caterpillar. Oh crap, crap, crap. I think I was accidentally pressing shift. Terrible. So, F3. Nail. Oh, so your gimmicks do reset. I kind of had gotten the impression that gimmicks carried across playthroughs. I don't know why I thought that. Then the roller runs out of air. Okay. I don't know what nail does. It doesn't sound useful right now, so I'm not going to worry about it. I keep jumping too far to the side and bouncing off the wall. Shit, shit, shit. There we go. What'd I get? Rubbish bin. Oh, the text at the bottom is telling me about the gimmick I have selected. So nail, it says then the roller runs out of air. I still don't get it, but rubbish bin to throw away gimmicks. So I got a gimmick that lets me throw away gimmicks. I originally played this for like a month before Sonneville translated. I had no idea what was going on. And now it all makes perfect sense. But yeah, I could imagine it'd be even more bewildering in German. Okay. I don't know why I would want to throw away a gimmick. Also, I do want to say, like, I know a little bit about this game, but I don't think I generally want spoilers. I want to figure it out on my own over time. Oh, I missed a gimmick again. Crap, 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 crap. There we go. Eat or die. Did we go... Oh, does that take you back a level? I know there's ways to go back a level. Does the dragonfly always take you back a level? Oh, there's a limit of how many gimmicks you can have. What happens if I get the dragonfly here? I keep missing it. What? Oh no. What? I don't... What is this? Eat or die. Now we're back here? I'm so confused. That's fine. Get that worm. Get that worm. Secret backwards level? Oh, that was level 0? I was wondering if it was something like that. Okay, now we're back here again. I've gained a lot of gimmicks. Fishing rod. Pike avoid fishing. Axe. Dismantled beams. Oh, could I maybe get rid of this? As far as I can tell, when it says beam, it's referring to this like rectangle here. So could I maybe get rid of that with the axe? Sun protection for the undead. That is important. Let's try the axe just experimentally. It did. Okay, great. I love this. In the future, I don't think I would use that on this level because it's not that hard to avoid that beam. Okay. Spider... I wish there was more time to read the text. There we go. What'd I get? Oh, shit. I don't know what I hit. F4, F5? I was trying to hit F3. That's by percentage. Total number 7. Bureau of Statistics. We've mostly died by beams. And then boots. And then suicide. What counts as suicide? Oh, no. I want to go back. Okay, good. Dark green dragonfly takes you back a level. Light green takes you forward. Oh, okay. Whoa, 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 whoa. There was another frog there. But then I went away. Oh, get. Crap. Missed the flute. What does the flute do? Okay. Parasol rubble. Lots of material to fill deep trenches. Oh no. Somersault. A daring leap. Huh. Exciting. Broom for removing cobwebs. Oh, that's useful. Okay. That's good to know. Thank you. Okay. How many gimmicks can I have? Did it tell me? I feel like I might have read. Did it tell me I could only have 10 gimmicks? Scarecrow, shoe birds, very useful. Steel helmet is harder than a crane's bill. Okay. I'll keep that in mind if I find any cranes. Oh, I think I just generally want to avoid dragonflies. I'm not a fan. Get that worm. Yeah. This is very hard. I don't understand how other people are so good at this. It seems so hard. Like, I feel like I will never get great at this game. Oh, I accidentally went back a level. It's just like, it's the way movement works is like my brain is having a hard time getting used to it. Back here again. So which color dragonfly goes forward? Dark? Hinton, thank you for hanging out. Enjoy your family. So, okay. There's a frog here. Ha. Okay. I don't remember how frog sex works. Am I doing it right? Oh, I've died. You got a life and then immediately died. Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh, well. At least I feel like I learned a little. So many games without music. Get out of here. Go away. Go away. Oh, come on. I forgot about the whole pressing the spacebar thing to calm my frog. Damn it. I didn't want to go back. I feel like I haven't really needed to do that. But I guess that's just because I'm constantly jumping. There's one up there in the corner. Yeah. And now we're back here again. I don't like this level. I've spent too much time on this level. I wish to experience other ones now. Just got to get better at this game. Let's see what gimmicks I have now. Then the roller runs out of air. I can't imagine what that would do. Let's see if it does anything obvious. Oh, is that the nail on the ground? What does that do? Oh, I hit my head. I don't understand what it means to gain a little ascension. Okay, so that's definitely a light colored dragonfly. Okay, so that one is forward. Got it. Okay, we're slowly learning. Oh, get that spider. Shit. Oh. Oh, okay. So that was definitely my best game by far. 1,392 points. What's this at the bottom? Power level was 217. Why was my power level so bad? Okay. I got 10 minutes to get good at this game. So do I always start with a nail? No, I start with a random gimmick each time? Guarantee immortalized a gimmick. I have no idea what that could mean. Sign. Stable even when kicking a boot. I don't understand that, but I gather that it will be useful on the boot level. Okay. Don't hit your head. Shit. Guarantee makes a gimmick multi-use. Oh, that's useful. No. You're going to take me back a level. I don't want that. I refuse. Shit. Get out of here. Go home. Oh, come on. There we go. What'd I get? Now we have nail and rubbish bin. Okay. Generally just skip the beam level, but fuck, how? Like, in order to do that, I got to get a light dragonfly, right? Or is there some other way to skip a level? Press F10. Oh, man. Thank you. David Attenborough presents. Wait, did I have something I can use here? No, I think I did, and then I lost it. Guarantee, sign, nail. I still don't understand what the nail does. Rubbish bin, antidote. For the treatment of scorpion stings. Okay. Oh, shit. Oh, crap. Gimmick slider. That sounds exciting. Don't get caught in the web. I haven't quite figured out where the limit is on the web, like how close I can get mating. What happened? Did I do that right? I was trying to remember if I'm supposed to do anything, and then I was like, am I supposed to press the space bar? So I tried that, and then it went away. What's this? Oh, fuck. The boot just freaks me out every time. My lives went up. Okay, thank you. I was trying to find the lives in the corner, and I couldn't see it. I don't understand, like, am I supposed to... Shit. And then I wasted all my lives. Okay, sign. Stable even when kicking a boot. I don't know what this will do. I'm going to use it and then do my best to jump out of the way. Oh, I got a thing around me? Does this protect me from the boot? I hope so. I'm doing a very bad job avoiding it. Also, how long does this last? Oh, God. Why? Please stop stepping on me. Oh, there's one left. Come on. Yes! A frog rarely jumps alone. Missed gimmick slider. I don't know what these things are. Oh, they're grasshoppers. Guarantee antidote for the treatment of scorpion stings. Nail. Then the roller runs out of air. Rubbish bin. Oxygen. For diving excursions of any length. So when I'm underwater. Okay. I don't remember the information I read about the grasshoppers. Or whatever these are. I think they're grasshoppers. I got something. Another rubbish bin. I guess I won't worry about it. I could use my rubbish bin to throw out my other rubbish bin. Crap. No, skip. I'm done with that level, thank you. What was that? Fishing rod. Probably not useful. How do I get these guys? Is there any way I can go back to the manual in the middle of the game? Okay, I got one. I got one in midair. So I just need to like jump at the same time as them. Yes. Okay, great. Thank you. Would you mind telling me what the key is? But it's too late for that now. Okay, that's fair. We only have 3 minutes left. David Attenborough presents. I can't figure out, like... Oh, crap. Many rollers make pulp. Oh, shit! Oh, shit! Oh, was that my last life? That was my last life. We've got 3 minutes. I'll do one more. Let's actually... Well, let's gain some points before I start skipping ahead. I feel like that's wise. The real game was Mike versus time. True. And also the controls. Missed gimmick oil. Oh, yeah. So I was about to say when we got that barrel, I was like, oh, now I understand the nail. Random access insects. Okay, perfect. I will get to that right after we finish the DOS break. I will say, if you want to see an actual insect, I keep forgetting to add this, but like the beginning of the book is just some like kind of general stuff about like insects and like capturing insects and that kind of thing. So if you don't want that kind of information, if you want an actual bug, You might want to pick a higher number. If you like, I can be more specific once I get the book open here. We're not going to make any... Oh, I've died. We're not going to make any progress in Murder Club, are we? That's okay. Just rolled randomly. If that doesn't work, let me know. Okay, I will let you know. Let's skip this one. Spider time. Oh, I got the spider right away. Nice. Little jumps. Come on, flies. Oh. There we go. What is the street for? God damn it. I hate this level. It was so nice when I had the sign. Steel helmet. I don't think that will help me here, though. For supporting mobile walls, steel beam. On a scale of 1 to 10, how spicy do you think spiders are to the frog palate? Pretty spicy, probably, but not. I don't know, maybe like a 7? That's my theory. I want to skip this, but I won't. And that's perfect. We just ran out of time. So my top score was 1392. I got to, I guess my highest level was 7. Seems pretty good. I don't know. I'm happy with my results. I feel like I'm learning how to play this game a little bit. Just the tiniest little bit. Thank you, MZizzy, for sponsoring this DOS break. I enjoyed it very much. All right. Now it's insect time. Where's my book? My insect book. Thank you. I'm happy with my results. The game is still going. Game Dev Jeff, thank you for flushing your coins down the toilet. Just as a reminder, you will not receive anything for this other than the enjoyment of the flush. Let's see. So page 13 is a page on adaptations for feeding. If you would like to actually get an insect page, let's see where those start. Let's see, we have katydids on 18 and walking sticks on 17. So 17 or later will give you an actual insect, I believe. So if you would like to change your page number, feel free, but it's not mandatory. What part of the spider is the spiciest? Great question. Efton, thank you for the loon. MZizzy, thank you for the oofda. I'm just waiting for a minute for Mizrahi to comment. We'll go with that. Okay, let's learn about bug thieves. Sounds great. We'll go ahead and do both these pages here. I've usually been doing that. Interior of a grasshopper, side view. We have heart, blood vessel, anus, digestive tract, red, ganglion, gastric caeca? I don't know what that word is. CAECA. And then nerve cord. Insect structure is marked by 3 body divisions, page 6 jointed legs, 1 pair of antennae, and usually 1 or 2 pairs of wings. The outer covering, or exoskeleton, is often horny. Mouth parts are complicated. Internally, insects possess many of the organs which are further developed in higher animals. They have a digestive tract and auxiliary digestive organs. Breathing is done by air tubes spreading internally from openings called spiracles. The head is tube-like. Excuse me. Blood circulation is simple. Respiration, digestion, and circulation are shown in the longitudinal section above and cross-section left of the grasshopper, a typical insect. The nervous system below shows the simple brain, which exerts very little control over the body. Ganglions serve as the nerve centers for nearby parts of the body. Then we have these other illustrations here. Nervous system at the bottom showing brain, nerves, and ganglions. Adaptations for feeding. This one, it's so cut off in the binding, I can't tell what that says. But next to that, butterfly, mouth for sucking nectar. We have sucking tube coiled and sucking tube extended on a mosquito. Mouth for piercing and sucking. We have a grasshopper, mouth for biting and chewing with compound eyes and a simple eye. Oh, I did not know grasshoppers also have simple eyes. That's fascinating. We have at the bottom adaptations of feet, grasshopper. I'm not sure what it says under that. Diving beetle, leg for swimming. Oh, the grasshopper, it probably says leg for hopping or something of the sort. And a bumblebee with a pollen bucket. We have a leg for carrying pollen. Insect structures show vast variation. Adapted to many environments, insects live successfully in nearly every part of the world. They have digestive systems for all kinds of plant and animal food. They thrive on everything from wood to blood. A few species do not eat at all in the adult stage. Mouth parts are adapted for chewing, sucking, piercing, and sucking, and lapping. Equally interesting adaptations are seen in insect wings, body coverings, and reproductive organs. The typical insect leg, as of a grasshopper, has 5 parts. Grasshopper hind legs are specialized for jumping. The housefly has pads which enable it to walk up windows. In honeybees, the hind leg is adapted to store and carry pollen, and the foreleg to groom and clean antennae of the body. Insect structures make a fascinating study. Indeed, they do. Thank you, Mizroy, for that redemption. Random Access Insects. Again, this is my golden guide to insects, which was originally sold for $2.95. It's my understanding these are fairly sought after books these days. I really love the design of them. And unfortunately, while they do still print many of them, they've made the covers a lot worse. I don't know why. Okay, that's the wrong game. We're done with this. I'm sorry. Yes. Yes. Oh. Cast in no particular order. I did not know the bugs all have names. That's fascinating. I do want to watch this sometime, but since we're done with DOS Break, we'll leave that for a different time. Let's get back to some Murder Club. Complicated are the best type of mouth parts. Agreed. A cricket in the laundry room. Exciting. Just enjoying that song for a little bit. Okay, I think we're still on 30. Hey, Harold, do you intend to spend the rest of your life working on this case? Hurry up, will ya? We're busy here. We got a lot of things to do in case you haven't noticed. Yeah, I've noticed. All right, where the heck were we? We were interviewing the security guard again. Let's go. I think we were pretty much done with him. But we still want to go to the parking lot and talk to this guy, just in case he's got anything new. Ooh, Culinary, just remembered I'm going to the office tomorrow. I can probably disengage goblin mode for a day, right? Yeah, sure. Why not? It'll be fine. Automobile. It's still missing. Wait, is that because it's at the crime scene? I hope so. Because otherwise, very confused about the car. Alibi. Finished my shift at 8 o'clock, changed clothes, and went home. What can I tell you? I lead a dull life. I've never met Bill Robbins, but I hear he was a tyrant. You quote me on that, and I'll deny it. Excuse me. He's the president. Hey, we don't hang out. That's all I can tell you. You know what? I'm going to go through this whole list really quick because this seems like the type of guy that might, have some unexpected information about a random person. Probably not. I mean, we've interviewed him already before, but he's the real estate agent who sold to Robbins Trading Company this parking lot. Oh. Have we had that information all this time and we just didn't really put it together? I think we did. Although, like, real estate agent who sold it doesn't necessarily mean that he owned it. Like, that's a little bit different. Yeah, someone else mentioned it, which made it clear that Joe Carrington specifically owned that property. Oops. I don't know any of these people. This is a waste of time. I know, buddy. I know. I'm a cop. It's just what we do. Barbara Davis. I don't know her. Can we stop this already? No, we can't. We're almost done, though. Come on, I told you. I don't know these people. Sorry, I don't know. Okay, so he literally only knew Bill and Ed, right? We went through the interesting ones. Here's something else. Don't go saying I told you this, but Bill Robbins was a cutthroat businessman, made a lot of enemies. Matter of fact, he and the real estate agent had a nasty argument a couple of days before Mr. Robbins was killed. That is extra interesting information now. Knowing that Joe, the real estate agent, might be Henry Klein, and that Bill was looking for information about Henry Klein. Also, Henry Klein might be his dad, but that's even more of a leap. Okay, so I think that's all we can do here. So I think it's time to try arresting someone again. It's been too long. Let's save. Sure, we'll take a look real quick. 8372. Oh, our interrogation is up to 32. Oh, right, because we arrested Thorpe. That's probably the only useful thing we've done tonight is arrest Thorpe and interrogate him. I guess it's time to try arresting someone. Spoken like a true cop. Exactly. Okay. Not interrogation. We need to go to the prosecutor first and get an arrest warrant. So, actually, let's back up. We've arrested Fred, Susie, Shelley, Russell, Brian, and Glenn. I just wanted to review that real quick, and then we'll go look at the other list of people we could get a new arrest warrant for. So, Edward Robbins. We have Glenn Axworthy saying that Edward Robbins hired him to basically dispose of a body in a fire and also commit arson. I'm trying to think of what else we have on Edward Robbins. That's certainly the most significant thing. However, I think we already had that info the last time we tried to get a warrant for Edward Robbins, and we're not successful. It could be we have enough on him now. But I do kind of wonder if maybe part of the problem is we don't have anything connecting that incident in the past to the case we're actually investigating, which I think is still, well, yeah, that's still pretty true. I feel like we're getting there, like with the whole property changing hands. Like, that land was then sold to Bill and very recently turned into a parking lot. So that is at least a connection between that incident in the past and Bill. Not necessarily Bill's death, but Bill in general. I'm going to go through all these and think about them before I actually try to get one. Fred Robbins, we already have. Doug Carson. We've arrested Doug before, but I don't think in this current save. Joe Carrington. Again, we suspect he's actually Henry Klein. What was our strongest evidence on that? Just the property. Yeah, the property being owned by him, which is pretty good evidence. And then, like I said, we also have evidence connecting that specifically to Bill. Yeah, same age, exact same age, from Boston, etc. I feel like we might have a little bit better luck with Joe than Edward. It's just kind of a hunch. Let's see. Janet. We've arrested Janet before, but not in this save. We haven't really learned anything new about Janet. She's suspicious. I think she's in on it. But I don't think she did it, is my take on Janet. And when we arrested her before, she gave us nothing. Most people we've arrested, we got some new information out of them. Janet mostly refused to talk and just tried to pin it on Susie. So I think if we arrest Janet again at all, we want more information about her first. Or we want more evidence, is what I was trying to say. We want things we can show her to try to get more information out of her. For some reason, I assume arresting Edward is like mega hard mode. Yeah, like, I feel like this is maybe just me a little bit assuming, but like, I feel like he's going to be a pretty important to figuring out the game, or figuring out the murder and beating the game. So they've maybe intentionally made it hard, but I'm just kind of guessing with that. I don't necessarily know that. I think well, I mean, at this point, maybe no one killed Bill. Maybe he's still alive. But regardless, I don't know that he necessarily committed any crimes himself, but I do think he is very much a person behind multiple crimes. Dave Carrington. I feel like we haven't gotten anything new on him since we last tried to arrest him. At one point, I tried arresting everybody just because I was so stumped and wasn't sure what to do. So I figured we'd see if we missed anything. And I don't think we've learned anything new about Dave since then, or at least not anything notable. I think he has some involvement. He's got his weird paper on committing the perfect crime. He has a gun that he seemed to be hiding for Shelley. But I don't think he did. I don't think he did a murder. I don't think he did that much of anything. Actually, now that I say that, like, I don't know that I understand why he was hiding the gun for Shelley in the first place. And maybe the fact that he did that suggests that he's in on something bigger. Like, from the information we have, it seems like they don't really know each other. Stephen Beckert, the doctor. We don't have a lot on him either. He's part of the Red Tie. He was one of the organizers of the Red Tie Club. We suspect that he did some covering up, but I think that's almost entirely guessing. I like a lot of that just comes out of like knowing that he was part of this Red Tie Club. We're pretty sure the Red Tie Club got up to some stuff, or at least its members did. So if all of the people in that club are shady in some way, and then there's lots of confusing things that don't seem to fully add up, then like, you know, you can certainly make the leap that the coroner is in on it and intentionally concealing information. But like beyond that, I don't think we have anything concrete. Like not really even other people's comments to blame Beckert. On the night of the murder, his whereabouts were unknown. What did he tell us actually? Whoops. I think I just hit escape. Okay. So he says that the night of the murder, he was at the clinic until late. And then at some point he said maybe 1 a.m. So yeah, I don't think we have enough reason to arrest him. Susie's been arrested, right? Susie and Shelley, I think we both have. Russell. Brian? Pretty sure we brought Brian in, and Glenn. So these last 5, and then Fred is who we have right now, I think. So my best guess at who we could possibly get next, I feel like I'm thinking Joe. Joe or Edward. We've uncovered a lot of stuff about Henry Klein recently. And due to the property ownership, we have reason to believe that Joe could either be or at least know Henry Klein. So let's try Joe. Damn it. Listen, Harold, I don't think we have enough evidence to issue an arrest warrant yet. I'm sorry, but I can't give you permission. We're going to try Edward. I don't think this is going to work, but we'll try it. Okay. You can go ahead and make an arrest. This is someone you should bring in for questioning. I did not think that would work. Oh, shit. I'm almost a little scared. Like, I'm worried we maybe are doing this too soon, but we do have our save file to go back to if we feel like we screwed up here. So I'm going to do another save right now. 31. Arrested Ed. Let's go indeed. 31. Just curious if that... I'm not sure if that increased anything by itself. All right, interrogate. Bring in Edward Robbins. The suspect sits down across from you. Is Joe actually the hard mode arrest? Maybe. Let's get his deposition. I can't believe your nerve. I want to call my lawyer immediately. I'm getting out of here. I was at Thorpe's house that night. I didn't go anywhere else. What do you think about List of members. Yes, it's true. I was a member of the Red Tie Club. Newspaper clipping? Yeah, because that's about the embezzlement. And does it maybe mention the arson as well? I don't know. I don't know anything about that. Is that a standard denial or? Okay. His standard denial is that this doesn't mean anything to me. So he definitely knows something about the newspaper clipping. Probably not the scalpel, but let's try it. Bones, maybe? Oh, I don't know anything about that, he says. He definitely knows something about that tiny little leg bone. What do you know? This feels increasingly significant that we got him. Like, if we can get him to give us some information, it could tell us a lot. Let's ask him about the contract. This doesn't mean anything to me. I don't think there's anything else here that's going to get us anything, but I'm going to try. Okay, let's interrogate. I know you did it. Don't be ridiculous. Why did you do it? How dare you accuse me of my own son's murder? But he's not your real son. What did you do it with? I didn't have anything to do with the murder. How did you do it? Do what? I told you I had nothing to do with it. Hotel Dusk is a lot like this game. I think you would really enjoy it. I have played Hotel Dusk. I have not played the sequel, The Last Window? Is that right? Am I making that up? Because it was never released in North America. Yeah. But I would like to track it down. Like, there is an English version of it that was released elsewhere. I would also, other Rika Suzuki games, there's a series called the 1920s series. And it looks really cool. The visual style of it is very, very nice. But as far as I can tell, it has never been translated to English at all. Not even like a fan translation or anything. I tried to track down and just haven't found any mention of anything like that, which is a bummer. Have a copy if you'd like to borrow it. I think you've mentioned that before, actually. I will certainly let you know, but I wouldn't mind having a copy of my own, so I might pick one up on eBay at some point. But thank you. All right. How did you do it? Okay, so we asked all the questions. Let's see if we can get a new deposition now. Oh, no. Shit. Okay. So the last time this happened, we were actually able to go out and search and find some new evidence. I think this happened with Axworthy, maybe? Yeah, we were able to arrest him before we got the newspaper clipping, but then at that point we were able to go get the newspaper clipping. So I wonder if we maybe unlocked some evidence we haven't actually picked up yet. So let's go search around and see what we can find. I hope we can find something. Nothing relevant. Nothing relevant. So just to explain what we're doing here, like we've already searched all the places, I think all the places in the game that you can search. But the manual made it clear that sometimes things will appear in places you've searched before. Like I think kind of the suggestion is like as you learn things, you're able to search more thoroughly, but it's presented in a way that makes it feel a little bit random. So hopefully if we go back to all the places we searched, we can find something new here. Maybe at his house, perhaps. Nothing. Edward's room. We found the newspaper clipping here, so I didn't really expect anything new there. Got the letter to Susie there. Nothing of interest there. Kitchen. None of the knives match the murder weapon, so no luck. Carson's house. Nothing. Just some tacky dresses. Nothing. Nothing. Ooh. What happens if I go to Edward's office now? Is it possible I could search it because he's no longer there? Let's find out. Smell of freshly baked cake pervades the kitchen. Nice. I think that's it. Yeah. Okay, so we left off at... is that Carson's house? Yeah. How can I help you? The president is not here, so would you please leave? The employee says coldly. Okay. Look around. Inside the office, the employees are going about their business as usual. Let's try, just to be sure, to get a search warrant for the Robbins Trading Company. Yeah, we're jumping the gun. My assumption is that locations that don't have a show warrant option in the menu from the beginning of the game, you cannot get a search warrant for. I have a pretty strong hunch that is correct. Okay, show warrant. People magazines. Nothing. Did we arrest him too soon? Did you ever find anything at Thorpe's house? That's where we got the list of Red Tie Club members. No one was around, so you help yourself to a tall, cool one and begin your search. Thank you for the suggestion, Culinary. No clues here. Steven's room. Nothing else. We found the scalpel there previously. I don't think we've ever found anything in Susie's room. Brian Ayler's house. Have another beer while we're here. I'll be surprised if we ever find more there. Lyric store. Carrington's house. No clues. No clues. Found the gun in Dave's room before. Found the life insurance policy in Janet's room here. Nothing in the guest bedroom. Just some dirty dishes in the kitchen. Did you already answer my question about Thorpe's house? Yes. We found the book of Red Tie Club members there. List. We'll search there again, though. We also keep finding a lot of soot there. Shelley. Find nothing. Nothing relevant to the case. What if talking to someone after having arrested Ed would give us some new information? In general, I feel like that has not been the case. There's nowhere else we could search. Oh, wait. There is the crime scene. Can't find any clues and aren't hit with any great inspiration. I feel like when we learn information to help us find something at the crime scene, we'll know. So did we arrest him too soon? Let's talk to some other business guys and see if they have anything interesting to say now that he's been arrested. Oh, especially his Red Tie Club members. His fellow Red Tie Club members. Let's ask about Edward Robbins. My father-in-law is a difficult man to please. I have a hard time dealing with him. So nothing new from him. Joe Carrington, what do you have to say about this? I can't stand arrogant bastards like him. Nothing new from him either. Gaslight, Hungry Fisherman, Liberty Bank. Is it true that he was arrested? So at least that's something different, but not anything useful. He's in New York on business. What kind of business? Was it crimes business? Big Burger, Heart Safe Insurance. We'll talk to this guy, see if he has anything to say. Oops. The jerk wouldn't, that's the same. I guess we'll be thorough and go ahead and ask everybody what they think about Edward now. I hear he was arrested. I don't know him. Even Molly, what do you think about Edward being arrested? I don't know him. Figures. Big Burger, what does Alan think about all this? What's up, dude? I don't know him. Alan, you disappoint me. Hotel Grand. I hear he was arrested. There's a lot of that going around, huh? That's empty. This could be interesting. Ask about others. Edward. Mr. Robbins is not the murderer. What's the matter with the police these days? Carson's house. Got a few people to talk to here. Inspector, anyone who says that my father murdered Bill is lying. Edward Robbins is a remarkable man. Yeah, same thing. Judy. Is it true that he was arrested? Beckert. What does Beckert have to say about this? Nothing? Just the same old story. You disappoint me. Everyone's letting me down. I feel like we might have screwed up and arrested him too soon. I don't know that that's necessarily like a soft lock situation, but I do feel like it might prevent us from learning some useful info. But I'm not quite giving up yet. I'm just getting very discouraged. Lyric. What does Lyric have to say? Went to high school together. Was top of his class. A real hard worker. The Carringtons. Do you really think it's possible? I mean, he did help fake a murder once. We're pretty sure of that. Well, he didn't fake a murder. He faked a death, excuse me. Even his own son's murder. She doesn't even say anything different. Interesting. Oops, we missed someone here. Dave. I barely talked with the guy. Okay. Russell's not there. Shelley's not there. Talk to Father Jacoby? I doubt he'll say anything interesting. God bless him. God bless him and his money that he gives me. Oh, our cemetery buddy. Could he have committed the murder? Never know. I guess we can talk to these two guys. I never expect to get anything interesting out of these guys, but the victim's father, big man around town. Yep. He's the president. Hey, we don't hang out. That's all I can tell you. All right. Heck. An uncomfortable air pervades the interrogation room. Has it always says that? Has it always said that? I honestly don't remember. It's always said that. Okay, thank you. Like sometimes, like I'll notice a thing, and then I get so used to it, I just kind of tune it out, and then at some point I'll just kind of notice it again, and I'm like, has that been there my whole life? Or is it actually different? I always love this experience. So he's giving the same deposition, of course. Should we maybe go through all the items? I tried most of them. I feel like we must be missing some evidence, but I don't know what we need to do to get that evidence. Don't know anything about bones. I did just remember a thing we learned, maybe it wasn't confirmed until like last week, that sometimes doing the same thing, asking the same question twice in a row will get you new information. So maybe asking things repeated times will actually help. Don't be ridiculous. How dare you accuse me of my own son's murder? I didn't have anything to do with the murder. Do what? I told you I had nothing to do with it. Same story. Damn. Is it possible? Maybe there's someone else we should have arrested first. I'm going to try Joe again, even though I doubt. We haven't really done anything. Yeah. Fred, we already have. Doug. Janet. We're pretty sure we could arrest Janet, but that doesn't... So one thing that just came to mind is maybe we have to arrest Janet in order to like meet some like game requirement in order for like new evidence to unlock or something. I don't know how likely that is, but it definitely seems possible. Dave, let's give Dave a shot. Dave's been a little suspicious. I doubt it'll work, but it's worth a shot. Yeah. Steven. Steven's very suspicious. We have nothing on him, but we do have the scalpel. It's almost nothing, but it's something. We got him. Okay. That makes me feel better, but I am still very nervous. Okay, we're going to do another save file now that we've arrested Beckert. Yeah, real quick. Okay. So we're up to 36 interrogation points. That's a tiny increase. All right. Robot's friend, hello. Great to see you. Just got home to find my Twitch rated here. Nice. I blame the usual suspects for that. There's been lots of raids tonight, so who knows which one it was? Maybe Nina Marie, perhaps? That'd be my best guess. But it's great to see you regardless. Let's bring in Stephen Beckert. The suspect sits down across from you. I'm the Robbins family physician. I'll admit that it was a mistake on my part, not to mention that I had been at Thorpe's house the night Bill was killed. Still, the fact remains that I didn't have anything to do with Bill's murder. Oops, don't want that. I think this is maybe the first time he's admitted that. At Thorpe's house. So we now have Thorpe obviously was at Thorpe's house. He has said so. Previously we had Ed admit that he was there, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, he said, I think his alibi for a while was that he was at Thorpe's house the whole night. Let me double check though. Went to Russell Thorpe's, home around 11, and then went straight to bed. I do believe that he went to Thorpe's. However, I'm quite confident they left and went to the cemetery and then probably to Arlington after that. We don't know for sure that all three of them were together during that time, but it seems likely to me. That's kind of been my assumption until we learn otherwise. And so far, we've only learned information that confirms this. Or at least, supports it a little bit. Okay. Show evidence. So we have the scalpel and the list of members that seem relevant. I don't know anything, but what? Also, we found this in your house. What do you mean you don't know anything about it? List of members. I don't know anything, but it wouldn't be much of a murder club with only one murderer. That's true. Oh, that's just his generic response? So he doesn't have anything to say about the scalpel? Newspaper clipping, it says, I don't know anything about it, which is different. Yeah, I have been repeating questions. I just mentioned that a little bit ago. Bones, I don't know. Okay. So he does know something about this bone. Knife, I don't know anything but pistol. Scarf. Wig. Oh, right. The wig was actually found at his clinic. But I guess he doesn't have anything to say about it. Robot's friend says, I know nothing about what's happening. This is not legal advice. Fair. I see we're in the rub every item on every other item phase of the adventure game. Yeah, like a little bit. I started out not wanting to do that, but I've become less and less resistant to it as time goes on. Just because there have been some occasions where we at least got a little bit of interesting information by choosing an option that I didn't expect to accomplish anything. Which bums me out a little bit. Like, I was hoping we could, work things out on our own enough to, make good assumptions about what things we should ask people about. And I feel like for the most part that's been true, but there's been more than one time where it kind of needed to just spam every option until we figured out what the heck we missed. So it's tricky. It's definitely a difficult game, in large part because of that, like the design choice of having these many options and not always making it clear what you need to do to progress. In this case, like, I didn't expect these other ones to do anything, but I figured I might as well try them. Okay, let's interrogate. I know you did it. I swear I didn't do it. Why? I didn't kill Bill Robbins. Right, but you did help him get away with some crimes, maybe. What do you mean by that? I told you I didn't kill him. Okay. So once again, we did not get anything out of him. We're going to just repeat things to see if sometimes this makes some progress. What do you mean by that? Show him the bones again. Scalpel. He doesn't seem to recognize that at all, which is weird. Okay, so the scalpel and the newspaper clipping are the two things that he has a different response to. But he's still not spilling any beans. Oh, this is different. The Liberty Bank incident was the Red Tie Club's. No, that. Please finish your sentence, sir. So, like, this seems like he's admitting that the Red Tie Club was involved in the Liberty Bank incident, which we were pretty sure of already. The Liberty Bank incident was the Red Tie Club's. No, that. I mentioned this last week, but I would love to understand the mechanics of how this game actually works. Like, did we unlock that by simply asking him multiple times? Did we unlock that by also arresting Beckert? Like, what specific action got us this response? List of members. Same response there. Deposition. So that still hasn't changed. So we got a little bit of something out of him, but not enough. Let's interrogate some more. Don't be ridiculous. How dare you accuse me? Didn't have anything to do with the murder. Do what? I told you I had nothing to do with it. Still is not admitting to anything. Okay, let's go back to Beckert again and see if we get anything new out of him this time. Show him some bones. Don't know. Don't know about bones. Don't know anything. Swear I didn't do it. I didn't kill Bill Robbins. What do you mean by that? I told you I didn't kill him. Nothing. Let's talk to Thorpe. We have all 3 of the Red Tie Club members arrested that are known to be alive. Also, just notice we now have 8 people arrested, which is our most people arrested at any one point in the game. Congratulations to us. Suspect sits down across from you. Is that the same response he gave before? I don't remember that. Henry Klein is already dead. Bones. Where did you get that? Same place anybody gets their bones from. Deposition. Are you saying the Red Tie Club had something to do with some kind of crime? That's a crock. The night Bill was killed, I took a walk near the graveyard. That's all I did. You're not saying that I killed Bill? Don't make me laugh. Same story from him. We could go try searching every place again. We could... Let's at least search. We arrested Steven. Let's search the homes of the people we just arrested again. I'm not going to go through every location, but those 2 seem worth checking, and also the clinic. Nothing but People magazines. Oh, we should search Thorpe's again, too. Like, I'm trying to think of, like, a place where we might have unlocked something that is relevant to one of the people we've arrested.
I assume you know what time it is.
I do. Okay. So, Thorpe's. Get some soot on us again. Nothing. Oh, I desperately want to make a little bit of progress here. Like, we haven't accomplished nothing, but we've accomplished very little. Would anyone have any interesting things to say about Beckert's arrest? I feel like most of the people that might have already been arrested. Oops. So that was Bill and Edwards, Beckert's clinic. We just did this, yeah. And then Beckert's house. Maybe we're searching the graveyard and the crime scene again. I do kind of wonder if we might eventually find something else at the graveyard. Just because we still don't know why Thorpe, Edward, and Beckert went to the graveyard the night of the murder. And it seems like there's got to be some evidence to be found about that. Although I just remembered, I still strongly suspect there's an area at the church that we haven't unlocked yet. I don't know how we might accomplish that. Blue car. Blue car sped off from the crime scene. So this is probably the car. Well, this could be the car. Like there's definitely like leaps being made here. This could be the car that went to the cemetery and then went to Arlington on the night of the murder. But we can't search the car. Seems like we ought to be able to. Damn. Nothing to say about the people we've arrested. I think I'm going to go around and ask everyone about Beckert now that we've arrested him. I feel like there's probably some option like asking a certain person about the Red Tie Club or something else related to Edward or Beckert that we're missing at this point. So that's probably worth going around and interrogating everyone about. Haven't been to the doctor in years. You're so healthy, you died and came back to life. Good for you. Alibi. Left at 10 o'clock, or maybe it was 11. Don't drive. No, next to nothing about Martha's previous husband. Martha doesn't like to talk about him, and I don't press the matter. Now that you mention it, yes, I did see Mr. Carson when I was leaving work that day. He was in a big hurry. Does she have anything to say about Thorpe after he's arrested? No. Of course not. And probably not Stephen Beckert. Yeah. Don't know him. I'm just trying to think who is there something better I can do than just spamming options? Can I think this through at all? Maybe the bank guy might have something new to say now. Maybe the insurance guy. Right. He knows something about the Red Tie Club, but won't admit it. I hear that he's under suspicion. Yeah, we arrested him. It's happened to a lot of people, though. Beckert. There's no point in asking me. I know nothing. Let's try hard safe next. Mrs. Robbins came in to sign the contract about a month ago. She said everything seemed to be in order. Beckert bought life insurance with Susie as the beneficiary. Like, to me, that just sounds like he's actually concerned about Susie. Which, like, I have no reason to doubt that. I know of Dr. Beckert. It's all the same. Man. Did we try arresting everyone? I'm trying to remember if there was anyone we didn't try. We've got the last 5-3, and now Steven. All right, Janet. I still wonder if maybe we need to arrest Janet just to progress in the game. We need to just arrest everybody to progress in the game. What about Doug? Okay, can't arrest Doug. Let's arrest Janet. You can go ahead and make an arrest. This is someone you should bring in for questioning. We've now arrested 9 people. The suspect sits down across from you. The knife? That. The contract. That's Bill's life insurance policy. I will show her the earrings. Yes, they were found on the floor of my bedroom, but they don't belong to me. Don't know anything about the wig or the letter. Excuse me. She shouldn't know anything about the pistol or scarf. Don't know anything about the bones. Makes sense. Newspaper clipping. Scalpel. List of members. I know you did it. I didn't do it. I had no reason to want to kill Bill. Well, I think you did a little bit. Maybe a lot. I didn't do anything. I don't know what you mean. I'm the wife of the victim. The night of the murder, I didn't leave the house. I loved Bill. How could I have killed him? So I forgot to do that first, but I'm pretty sure that's her original deposition. I know at some point we got her to blame Susie, which didn't seem useful, but it kind of felt like progress. I don't know if maybe we just need to let her sit around for a while. Like the manual suggested that was sometimes necessary. Okay. Who knows what I did that got us here, but we got a new deposition. I signed a contract for a life insurance policy because Bill said we should get one, which we're pretty sure is not the truth. It wasn't my idea. I didn't say anything about it because I knew you'd jump to conclusions. Or wait. Maybe Bill did say that. That actually fits with our current wild theory that Bill's not dead. I didn't say anything about it because I knew you'd jump to conclusions. It's true that we didn't have the easiest of marriages. It was rocky at times, but I loved Bill all the same. I certainly didn't kill him. There's no way I could have killed him. Hinton says, are you playing again but speedrunning now? No, we're slow running. We're still on our first slow run through the game. Currently, we're just arresting as many people as we can. We're up to 9 people now. But it's not helping. Unfortunately. Bill and I were having problems, so I spent a few nights at my parents' house. I'm sure that Bill had that woman over while I was away. The bimbo probably dropped them. Just keep showing her the life insurance policy. I was like, no way Robot Spacer would be going this late if it wasn't for setting up PB. I'm desperate to make some progress. That. Okay, this is not the time to update my software. Please leave me alone. Remind me much later. What was I on? Shoot. She doesn't have anything to say about most of these, but I'm feeling desperate. Okay, so now we got her to blame Susie. I'm sure it's that woman. It just has to be Susie. Yes, it's true that I felt bitter towards Bill, but I loved him. I couldn't have killed him. I'm sure she's the one who stabbed Bill. I didn't kill him. Okay. Right. Okay. So now the question is, did this unlock anything? Oh, also and Janet's. I'm just going to show him the relevant stuff one more time. Interrogate again. Still nothing. And we'll do the same for Beckert. Let's see, bones and newspaper, I think. Don't know anything, but swear I didn't do it. Nothing. game is so hard. So hard. I'm just thinking, like, what are even our options right now? Like, at this point in the game, we've found all the characters we can talk to. Like, let's do a save real quick. I'm just gonna write over 32. I feel like we might want to back up. We're still at 75 collecting evidence, so we know there's going to be items we can obtain, probably in places we've already unlocked with search warrants. Interrogation, we're up to 44, which is a lot of progress, but we're still not even halfway there. Vital information at 84. I think we were at 80 there at the beginning of the night. Not positive on that number, but we've only made a tiny bit of progress. Can't believe showing the bone doesn't immediately win the game. I know, right? There's a lot of information here to sift through. I know it's difficult, but you can do it, JP. Thanks, Judd. Let's go talk to Carrington again. Wait, we arrested him. No, we haven't arrested him. Why can't we arrest him? I guess the lot ownership thing is suspicious, but it's not really a crime. It's not even evidence of a crime. Red Tie Club. Bank case, don't have anything to say. Arson, don't know anything. Insurance, I don't know anything. You know about at least some of these things. I know you do. Know next to nothing about Martha's previous husband. Yeah, I know that. Doesn't own a car. Doesn't drive, rather. It's going fairly well, thank you. Business is good. Saw Mr. Carson when he was leaving work that day. He was in a big hurry. And that would have been around 11. So that's about the time that we think Thorpe, Edward, and Beckert were in the vicinity of the graveyard. We think. Born in Philadelphia and lived in Boston for a while. I moved here 5 years ago. My daughter didn't do it. Man. I'm debating, like, I need to wrap up soon. I'm debating whether to do all the searching again. Just call it quits. If anyone has thoughts, I welcome them. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. I'll be back in a minute. Okay, Culinary says, currently I'm no thoughts, only giant pizza cutter, playing Liza P. Nice. I hope you're having a good time. Hinton says, pineapple pizza. Um, should we make a pizza? I don't think we can do that in this game, unfortunately. Let's go search the... I feel like this isn't going to get us anywhere, but let's search the crime scene again. I feel like there's got to be... It's finally cooled down some, so I'm going to make a pizza soon, possibly on stream. Ooh, exciting. The more I think about it, it seems like there's probably a piece of information gained through talking to people that we're missing. Like, I feel like something about the lot is my best guess. Maybe something about the church. Because I feel like those are two areas where there's a place we can probably access at some point that we haven't gotten to yet. And like the graves at the cemetery, we got to that by... Like we got to that by learning about them, but I'm trying to like think of more specifically. I think it's too much detail to keep track of. But I feel like we mostly got there by asking questions. So, who could possibly know anything about the lot? Carrington owned it previously. Was then sold to Bill. And it's a Robbins Trading Company lot now. And then the church, I really don't know what to make of the church. Like maybe Carson. We should talk to Carson. He's got to know something. Let's check the crime scene. No inspiration still. Carson is at home. This Amoenus Club continues to puzzle me a little bit. Like, it could be that it's just kind of there as a distraction. But if that's all there is to it, it seems a little bit out of place. Because most of these other categories have been fairly important in some way. But the Amoenus Club, it's just a charity. And that's kind of it. Just ladies doing charity stuff. I feel like there's got to be more to it. Is it possible that's some way of like laundering the money? Like there's all that embezzlement money that is currently unknown what happened to it. So like a charity organization could maybe be some way to... I don't know exactly how that works, but... So there was a loud noise. Are you asking chat to help you launder money? No, I'm not. I'm just asking for ideas on how one might launder money if one was trying to do so. just for understanding the game reasons, just for normal video game reasons. Now let's bring in Doug. He's the main guy we're here to talk to. Say hello. What do you want to speak to me about? Right, purely hypothetical, of course. Exactly, Hinton. I'm glad you understand. Doug Carson. 58. So he had been 38 20 years ago. The Perfect Crime by Robot Spacer. Yeah, normal money laundering reasons. So he wasn't here 20 years ago, allegedly, and he doesn't know much. But he does know something about what happened the night of the murder that he won't tell us. I'm just trying to think of how we could... I think if we could learn more about what he was up to that night, that might unlock some new dialogue with him. Or get some evidence, but yeah, I don't know how to accomplish either of those things. Suppose someone's already told you that I married into money. I remember this dialogue, but I kind of forgot about it. The Lee Cosmetics Company was founded by my wife's father. And now the company is struggling, and he's doing shady stuff to try to fix that. I don't know what to make of all that, but... Drive a black BMW. I'm telling you, it's just a matter of time before we get out of this slump. Of course, of course, of course. It's weird that his whole, company struggle seemed like it was coming up a lot at first, but we've learned nothing new about it in a while. I guess it seems believable that that's just there as a distraction, but I can't help but think there's something relevant about the shady stuff he's doing to try to help his company. Hate to say this, but Bill really flaunted his extramarital affairs. Steven. People say that he's a very good doctor. I keep thinking, given how today's stream went, which was just the tiniest bit of progress and a whole lot of time spent going over stuff we learned in previous streams, how is next week's stream going to go? Is this going to keep continuing for weeks and weeks and weeks? I don't want to do a bunch of spamming dialogue options off stream and then, make some exciting discovery off stream. That would be disappointing. So I'm trying to think of how to approach things at this point in a way that's more efficient. I mean, maybe in the end, we just got to kind of slog through it, and maybe that's okay. Maybe I just need to accept that. Let's search this place. Club formed by mystery novel fanatics years ago when I was young. Amoenus. It's a local women's charity organization. I'm the president. Okay. So she's the president. Now that you mention it, I do recall the incident. My father was enraged because he was doing business with Liberty Bank at the time. We don't know anything about who her father is. Maybe it's irrelevant. Don't remember anything about the arson. My husband used to work for my father. That's how we met. I'd like to know more about that. Like, it seems like it could be useful, but I think we kind of asked everything we can about it. I was like, oh, right. She had a lot to say about the doctor. She must have something new to say now that he's arrested, but nothing. Maybe if we, something else. Yeah. Gets us the same bit we already knew about the doctor on the night of the murder. All right, I think I'm close to just giving up here. But I want to do some more quick searches here. I do think that before next week's stream, I need to find time to review things a little bit. So we can't go in here anymore. Do we try getting a warrant now that he's been arrested? I'm pretty sure I tried that already. Let's spam our search warrant options again, just to make sure. At this point, I've been assuming we will not get any search warrants, any more search warrants. So unless I periodically do this, like, I'm inclined to never go to this menu again. But just knowing that sometimes this game surprises me, it seems worth doing this once in a while. Just to be sure. Okay. No new surprises there. Let's do the same thing here. We've already arrested most of these people, so. Still can't arrest Doug or Joe or Dave. Those are the 3 people we haven't arrested yet. Carson's. Yeah. Wait, I did that. I just did that. Beckert's clinic. Beckert's house. Man. I give up. defeated. What did we learn tonight? I feel like mostly we came up with a brand new wild theory that will probably be completely destroyed at some point. Better than nothing, though. I'm going to look through my notes real quick. We learned that Joe used to own the lot where the house burned down, and he sold it to Bill at a reasonable price. That's the biggest thing we learned by far. We also learned that William Neighbor, the president of Liberty Bank, he worked with Henry 20 years ago. So he's like the one person in town that had even the vaguest description of Joe. Or sorry, Henry, who may be Joe. Said he is skinny, nondescript with brown eyes. We never did learn if Joe has brown eyes. I don't know if there's... Wait. First of all, I didn't save. But let's real quick check if... I don't think there's any way to check someone's eye color. Yeah, just blood type. Okay. But let's also save. I think I'm just going to overwrite 32 again. So we're finishing with collecting evidence at 75, general investigation at 100. Those are both the same as they were before. We did make some decent progress with interrogation, 44 points. Vital information up to 84. Total investigation, 76. Thank you, Julia. I appreciate the encouragement. Yeah, like I figured there was a good chance we would not finish the game tonight, but I thought I'd make more progress than this. That's okay, though. Back to my reviewing my notes here. We got a very vague suggestion of Edward admitting that the Red Tie Club was involved in the Liberty Bank incident after arresting him. That seems notable, but also it didn't really get us anywhere. Just looking through notes here. So our details on Henry Klein are now, he was 32 years old 20 years ago. Again, that's the same age. We might as well flip over to this camera while I'm looking through notes here. I'm trying to find my Joe Carrington page here. Oh, it's right there. Okay, so 32 years old, same age Joe was. And I believe he's the only person that's that exact age. Brown eyes, no way to know if that matches unless the game decides to tell us. Skinny, nondescript. I feel like that matches Joe reasonably well. And then moved to Liberty from Boston 20 years ago. Joe says that he was born in Philly, lived in Boston for a while, and then moved to Liberty 5 years ago. So yeah. You know, again, the main evidence for thinking he could possibly be Henry Klein is the property situation, but a lot of it is just speculation. So I'm not surprised the game won't let us arrest him yet. let's see. It honestly might be everything that we learned this week. We didn't learn anything new about Bill's biological parents, which is a bummer. At least we set a new record for arrests. That's a good accomplishment. Russell took a walk near the graveyard the night of the murder. When did we learn that? That's something that Russell specifically told us. Was that something that came up tonight? I can't remember. I mean, we knew he was there for a while. I just don't remember him specifically saying that. My notes got all mixed up. Okay. A lot of revelations. I wish I felt that way, but thank you for saying so. We had some number of revelations today. And, you know, sometimes that's the best you can do. So schedule. I think I updated that. I think I updated both of those. I'm going to start playing Perfect Tides on Fridays. That is a game by Meredith Gran that was released just last year. You play as Mara, an internet-obsessed young writer in her teens. It takes place over 4 seasons, which is kind of a neat mechanic. Like you see the seasons change throughout the year. And it all takes place, well, mostly takes place on a little island where she lives. I played a little bit of it on stream a while back, and I enjoyed it a lot. It is very much inspired by classic adventure games, including, this is an interesting choice to me, the same kind of punishing difficulty at times. I got stuck at a particular point in the game for a very long time. I actually had to look up a hint at some point because I felt like I was trying everything I could, but I ended up not progressing much farther off stream. So I figure we'll finally stream it and we'll get to enjoy the whole thing together. So I hope y'all will join me for that. Next week, we'll continue Murder Club. And maybe we'll learn one new thing next week. Maybe we'll solve the murder. I don't know. Anything could happen at this point, I feel like. We're so close. Like, my hunch is like, we're going to struggle. There's going to be more struggle. But at some point, it'll start to like come together very quickly. That's my hope anyway. So yeah. That's the plan. Let's see who we can rate here. 3:15. So late. Thank you all for staying up so late. Ghoul Babes playing some more FMV games. That's always a good time. Neon Arcade celebrating the Castlevania anniversary. We haven't said hello to Neon in a bit. Captain Picard playing Police Quest. Galara's playing Monkey Island. Terry Beer Pong is playing Zach McCracken. Lots of good choices here. It's not even everybody that's online right now. Let me pop in on Neon stream here. Thank you all for hanging out. We'll say hello to Neon. It's been a bit, I think, since we went over there. So I hope y'all have a good rest of your week. Thank you again for hanging out. It's always nice to have you here, especially when I'm struggling. You know what? our big accomplishment tonight was learning how to play 20th Century Frog. That was the highlight of the night, honestly. But yeah, I had a great time. I appreciate you all. I hope you have a nice week, and we'll see you around. Take care of yourselves.